Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second Memory of the World Global Policy Forum. My name is Sumi Somaskanda. Very happy to have a few of you here in the room and so many of you joining us on the stream. We have more than 700 registered participants for this meeting. So a warm welcome to all of you here in the room in Paris and all of you joining us on the stream as well. We are joined for a really important mission. That is to talk about identifying documentary heritage, promoting its preservation, and of course, enhancing access to it as well. This is an important mission that many of you are already working on, those of you who are here in the room and on the stream with us. It's a multi-pronged approach to ensure that our documentary heritage remains a living and breathing legacy that we can use in the present and pass on to future generations. Now, we have seen how important that is in the pandemic. That is something we will be discussing here today. Documentary heritage provided a critical resource to understand how governments, citizens, the international community responded to previous pandemics. Now, to understand where we're coming from, how we got here today, many of you took part in the first Global Policy Forum in 2018. And I want to remind you what the three action points were that were identified then to understand how we got to this point today. They were safeguarding and restoring damaged documentary heritage, documenting disaster through research and engaging the community, and also deploying an interdisciplinary approach towards preservation efforts. That is what brought us here today. For the course of today and tomorrow, we're going to develop and push forward a specific action framework. That is why we're here to talk about this action framework and focus on national, regional, and global implementation, of course, with the support of all of the stakeholders who are joined here. By the end of tomorrow afternoon here, local Paris time, what we hope to do is to achieve two aims. One, to embolden memory institutions to take steps to apply some of these principles of disaster risk reduction and management in the preservation of documentary heritage, and also to embolden policymakers to take steps to implement the 2015 recommendation you are all familiar with, and to take into account endangered documentary heritage and also preservation in their policy making. So that is the lay of the land and why we're here. And I'm very happy to have so many of you here with us. I have a few housekeeping notes, particularly for those who are with us in the room here in Paris. We would have, of course, liked to have a full room and invited as many people as possible, but due to the pandemic, among other circumstances, that wasn't possible. For those who are here, you have, according to the host country rules, had to present the health pass that's required here in France. We also require that masks are worn unless you are delivering an intervention, which I am at the moment, which is why my mask is off here. And we also have social distancing in place, both here on the stage and in the room. There are a few other notes on COVID policy you'll find in one of the documents, both in English and French on your desk as well. You will also have an English and French program on your table and the strategic framework that I mentioned for UNESCO's action for sustainable preservation. You'll find all of that in the documents on your table if you're here with us in the room. This is a Zoom webinar, and for those of you joining us on the stream, again, welcome, and we're very happy to have you. We also want you to participate. Please send us questions in the question and answer function. You can interact with us in the chat function as well. If you are a speaker joining us virtually, please do remember to keep your mic and video on when you are delivering an intervention, and then please do turn it off again once you have concluded that intervention. If you were here in the room and have a question during our question and answer sessions, just raise your hand, and of course you have the ability to speak via the microphone. I would like to highlight that we have a terrific lineup of guests if you looked at the program. So it could be that we don't have the opportunity to get to all of the questions that you might have. We will provide an email address from Memory of the World so that you can send us any questions that don't get addressed during the course of today and tomorrow in the formal program. I'd also like to highlight that we have a top team of translators providing English, Spanish, and French over the course of today and tomorrow. So do tune in if you require translation. Now that I've gotten to those points, I'd like to kick off this forum so we can get started. We have some opening remarks that I'd like to bring in now from Mr. Tawfik Jelassi, the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO. Let's take a look at his message now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second Memory of the World Global Policy Forum dedicated to disaster risk reduction and management for sustainable preservation of documentary heritage. I am pleased to be able to hold this forum today, in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, with a large and diverse group of participants from all over the world, including physical and virtual participation. Disasters, whether natural or man-made, have been a major cause of destruction of documentary heritage. Ancient manuscripts, government records, audiovisual materials, and digital documents, all of which contain our collective history and shape our identities. Their loss impoverishes the heritage of humanity. In today's world, which is at increased risk of global crises, we must ensure that our heritage is preserved and accessible to future generations. Libraries, archives, and museums, among other memory institutions, have shown great resilience during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. However, many of them lack resources and capacities to be able to respond effectively and prepare for future emergencies. With this second edition of the Global Policy Forum, we aim to articulate a global policy framework for disaster risk reduction and management for sustainable preservation of documentary heritage. A framework can be used as a resource for all memory institutions in the world. As part of this forum, UNESCO is advocating for policies on sustainable preservation of documentary heritage based on a disaster risk reduction framework. This is in line with two important standard-setting instruments: the 2015 UNESCO recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030. I believe that the global policy framework elaborated through this forum will enhance policymakers' capacity to successfully implement both the 2015 recommendation and the documentary heritage-related provisions of the Sendai Framework.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the catastrophes and emergencies often refer us back to the documentary heritage and its essential role in managing past crises and in making decisions, a key role for research and education for the future generations, as has been shown by the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, we must use our cultural, our documentary heritage by using them and by creating a collective memory in order better to deal with catastrophes and to reconstruct our heritage as best as possible in the post-COVID-19. I'm sure that our experience in the framework of this forum will help us make progress in that perspective. I would finally like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Japan, and in particular to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Technology, not just for their support to this forum, but also for the precious partnership that UNESCO and Japan have been developing over the years in this field. I wish you a very fruitful discussion, and I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you to Mr. Jalasi for those remarks. And I'd just quickly like to remark myself that it's great to see so many participating in the chat. I've seen welcoming notes from Namibia, Turkey, Nigeria, Philippines, and beyond. So it's great to have all of you with us. Welcome, and thanks for being so active in our chat. We can move on to further opening remarks now from Mr. Karu Kamata, the president of the National Archives of Japan, joining us online in our stream. Mr. Kamata, the screen is yours.
Merci, Madame. Mesdames et Messieurs, je suis heureux d'avoir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to have the honor to deliver the opening presentation to this very important World Forum. The second forum should have been held in May 2020. It had to be postponed twice because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it gives me great pleasure to host or to address the forum today. In the first forum in 2018, we were around 60 professionals from different fields, and we attempted to identify the risks of disasters to the documentary heritage and to share our experience in that field, whilst espousing the guidelines set forth by the Sendai Framework of Action for Risk Reduction. That framework was adopted in 2015 in the course of the Third World Conference on the reduction of risks from disasters. There were also lively discussions on the modalities of coordination between public institutions and specialists. Following that first forum, several initiatives were carried out in the framework of the project for the preservation of the documentary heritage by drafting policies and capacity building supported by the Japanese fund. For example, the Regional Committee for the Memory of the World in Latin America and the Caribbean organized a meeting on the preservation of documentary heritage. Bhutan, as well as the ICA, proposed workshops to prepare for catastrophes in order to protect the documentary heritage whilst taking account of the risks inherent to each region. These activities helped to strengthen the bonds between public institutions and specialists in the regions. At the same time, several precious national heritages were unfortunately lost. The fire, for example, in April 2019 at the Notre Dame de Paris Cathedral in Paris, was a shock not just for Parisians, but for citizens the world over. In Japan, in October 2019, another fire destroyed the Shuri Chateau, which was dear to the hearts of the Okinawans. It left us speechless and shocked. These examples show that the preservation is a responsibility for all of us, but this also reminds us that our initiatives must take account of the emotional impact brought about by such losses. Faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, UNESCO and the ICA published statements emphasizing the importance of archival work in order to guarantee the responsibility of states during and after emergency situations. Those statements also emphasize the importance of the role and the skills of and the competence of our institutions of memory in order to provide and to manage reliable information. Given the urgent world situation, our institutions decided to revise their, review their means of functioning. Because of confinement in several countries, it was impossible for the public to freely visit museums, libraries, archives, etc. Therefore, our establishments had to adapt in order to offer online access to the documentary heritage and to set up modalities that are becoming the new normal for institutions. Putting this online solution, starting point was a unilateral offering of content to citizens, gradually gave rise to multilateral and interactive uses. Last October, the International Consultative Committee of the Memory of the World program organized an online policy dialogue on the ways of overcoming the policy shortcomings in terms of digital preservation, and that brought together more than 800 specialists and practitioners. Moreover, the Regional Committee of the Memory of the World for Asia and the Pacific carried out between November 2020 and January 2021 an online survey on the preservation and accessibility of the public to the heritage in that region that was on the Memory of the World list. In June that year, or this year, the workshop on capacity building to protect documentary heritage was organized in a hybrid format in Senegal. In Japan, it's also in a hybrid format that the annual meeting of the directors of the public archives was held in June. In the course of that meeting, the representatives of 73 archive centers discussed how best to prepare themselves to risks of water damage. The state of emergency brought about by COVID-19 has tended to make us lose sight of the threats of climate change. Recently, ICOMOS concluded that climate change has become one of the most important and one of the swiftest threats for the world and for its heritage. The call about UNESCO and the ICA, the reminder of the importance of preserving the documentary heritage, as well as the move toward online access and a more systematic sharing of information, sets forth the new choices before us if we are to mitigate the risks of catastrophes that are becoming more and more serious because of climate change. We have to link our virtual communications with concrete initiatives to preserve the documentary heritage. That today is a major undertaking, but it also opens the door to new possibilities. In a situation of repeated serious crises, the calls to better preserve our documentary heritage are on the rise, and we must set ourselves ever more ambitious objectives. Japan, as a host country of the 3 World Conferences on Risk Reduction of the UN, has ceaselessly disseminated the results of its own experience and underscored the importance of investing ever more in preserving our documentary heritage through measures of prevention and disaster mitigation. Japanese experience has shown how personal ties between individuals have made a difference in a time of a crisis or emergencies. During this forum, we're going to continue to discuss the measures to take in order to face the diversity of environmental situations, and we will debate the role and the coordination mechanisms to set up in order to tackle international crises and catastrophes. It is difficult for us to imagine the ultimate impact of the pandemic today. Nonetheless, we know that the measures based on our own experience have begun to bear fruit. Therefore, we think it's essential to share these initiatives that each country, that each region has taken in the hopes that we can further consolidate our international cooperation. Allow me to conclude by expressing my deep felt gratitude to the Secretariat of the Memory of the World program of UNESCO. And I would like to express the wish that the program will be crowned with the success it deserves. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Mr. Kamata. In the interest of time, I'd like to move right on now to our keynote speech. I'd like to welcome Mr. David Fricker. He is the president of the International Council on Archives. He's also a vice chair of the UNESCO Memory of the World International Advisory Committee and the Director General of the National Archives of Australia. Mr. Fricker, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, can I say in my capacity as president of the International Council on Archives, as vice chair of the Memory of the World International Advisory Committee, and as the Director General of the National Archives of Australia, I'm delighted to have this opportunity to contribute to the second UNESCO Global Policy Forum on Documentary Heritage and Disaster Risk Reduction. Established back in December 2018, the Global Policy Forum is a highly valued initiative that brings together current and emerging leaders from across the documentary heritage field to share knowledge, experience, and insights. And this is an excellent example of the way in which UNESCO's convening power is being used to build and sustain a global partnership on disaster risk reduction as a strategy for documentary heritage preservation and accessibility. And I congratulate the UNESCO Documentary Heritage Unit under the leadership of Dr. Faxandanda for the vision and success of this initiative. And I'm really looking forward to the outcomes of this and future global policy forums. And also, I'm speaking to you from Canberra, the capital of Australia, and is our custom in Australia. I also acknowledge that Canberra is built upon the lands of the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri First Nations, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Now, when we consider, if I can, apologies. When we do consider the policies required for disaster risk reduction, it's necessary to analyse the nature of the risks that threaten the heritage collections in order to formulate measures that isolate the material from those risks. Of equal importance, however, is ongoing access. Now, proper preservation of heritage also embraces accessibility of that heritage. Therefore, our disaster risk reduction policies must provide the heritage owners with a mechanism that maintains administrative control over the material and ensures that their community continues to enjoy the entitlements of access and use. And this second point around access is important to ensure that a risk reduction strategy goes further than protecting the integrity and authenticity of the documentary heritage and extends to measures that enable the heritage to live within the community that owns it. Documentary heritage, after all, is not a collection of books and papers from long ago locked in a dark room. Documentary heritage is in constant use, nourishing the cultural life of the community and is constantly growing as it accumulates more of the community's collective memory. A disaster risk reduction strategy should therefore look at mitigating a broad range of risks, covering preservation, access, accessioning, and sovereignty. Now, using the Pacific region as a case study, I'd like to explore the opportunity to build on the success of some well-established programs that are rescuing documentary heritage at risk and add the application of the data embassy concept to mitigate residual risks affecting access, accessioning, and sovereignty. Now, the Pacific region faces a range of substantial challenges for the preservation of Indigenous culture, including, of course, documentary heritage. Pacific Island states are periodically subject to the devastating effects of severe weather events, such as Cyclone Pam in 2015, Cyclone Winston in 2016. And it's generally accepted that the frequency of these events is likely to increase as a consequence of climate change, placing even greater demands on the ability to recover from each event. Also related to climate change is the rising of sea levels, placing further stress on the capacity of the island states to build infrastructure that can protect heritage against flood. The Pacific communities also face economic difficulties and financial instability, making significant investment in cultural infrastructure difficult to secure or sustain. Now, fortunately, there are already programs underway in the Pacific recognising the risk to documentary heritage. An outstanding example is the Pacific Manuscripts Bureau, which is known as PAMBU. It was established in 1968 by the Research School of Pacific Studies at the Australian National University. The Bureau identifies and makes copies of archives and significant printed material relating to the Pacific Islands, and it runs highly professional programs for preservation and access. PAMBU has operated continuously since 1968 and today has over 4,000 rolls of microfilm, over 150,000 digitised photographs and manuscripts, and a number of related published indexes. Another noteworthy example is the Pacific and Regional Archive for Digital Sources in Endangered Cultures, known as Paradisec. Now, Paradisec is a consortium of the University of Sydney, University of Melbourne, and the Australian National University. The principal focus of Paradisec is the preservation of languages at risk of loss. It currently has 500 collections, documenting in excess of 1,200 languages. Now, both of these excellent approaches protect documentary heritage by holding copies in a safe place. And they make that heritage available through an ongoing commitment of resources supporting indexing and access, in particular, free online access. The collection management is underpinned by acquisition and management practices that are transparent, respectful, and ethical. And both PAMBU and Paradisec are valued and respected by the Pacific community. The success, though, of these approaches, maintaining a foreign-hosted copy of documentary heritage, still has some limitations. For example, the arrangement survives on goodwill and uncertain funding. There's no absolute guarantee of ongoing preservation. The arrangement cannot accommodate culturally sensitive records, since the copied material is in foreign hands and it's available for general access. Also, the ongoing management of the archive of copied material is separated from the owner of the original cultural material. Now, should the original documentary heritage held in the islands states be lost, of course, the safe copies within PAMBU and Paradisec would be of immense value and without doubt would be transferred back to the originating state to compensate for its loss. However, a more thorough disaster risk reduction posture could be achieved by building on the success of this safe copy approach and extend the same level of functionality to the owner of the documentary heritage. In other words, we could provide a safe, resilient, and vital facility using foreign infrastructure, but without ceding sovereignty or control over the heritage material. Now, in 2017, the government of Estonia announced that it would be establishing a data embassy. And this was a new concept that extended beyond a simple backup of data held in a remote site. Estonia has established a data embassy that holds its most valued records in a foreign land, but without ceding its control or jurisdiction over those records. And so I believe that building on the success and the experience of initiatives like PAMBU and Paradisec, the data embassy concept could also be used to add resilience to the living, vibrant culture of Pacific Islands. Now, locating the documentary heritage repository of a Pacific Island state in a selected friendly foreign country could offer a higher level of protection from severe weather events, from energy blackouts, and from other physical threats. Now, these advantages are all present in that safe copy approach. However, the data embassy has a critical advantage in that it would be established under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, bringing with it the long established and respected protections afforded to all diplomatic missions. Most relevantly, Article 22 of the Vienna Convention declares the premises of the mission to be inviolable, committing the host nation to protect the premises from damage and maintain its immunity from search. Referring specifically to archives, Article 24 of the Convention states that the archives and documents of the mission shall be inviolable at any time and wherever they may be. And this brings that arrangement under a regime that is internationally recognized, supported by domestic and international laws, regulated by well-established protocols. And again, it maintains the cultural owner's sovereignty over all aspects of the documentary heritage, including selection, preservation, and access. It also has operational advantages. The data embassy would be much more than a static snapshot of a collection, removed and isolated from its owner community as a backup. A data embassy remains a functional organ of the nation state and is in continuous service of its population. Through currently available technology, it can operate as an extension of the relevant national archives or national library, engage in the active development of heritage collections and public programs to promote the appreciation and use of the documentary heritage as a vital part of the cultural life of the nation. It also supports the 2015 recommendation on documentary heritage. Now, Article 5.5 of the recommendation states that member states are encouraged to engage in international cooperation to safeguard endangered documentary heritage through digitization or other means. International cooperation. The capacity for the data embassy to be the actual repository for the nation's documentary heritage, and through digital technology support the active dissemination and use of the collection, also supports Article 5.4 of the recommendation, which states that member states should refrain from acts likely to impede the dissemination or use of heritage, even on the territory of other states. So it squarely fits with the spirit and aspirations of our 2015 recommendation. Now, the architecture and the technology required to implement this concept is well within reach. The technical infrastructure and the operating environment required for a data embassy are readily available as services from established data centers, which themselves are located in environments with adequate security, reliable electricity, stable geology, and they've been hardened against severe weather events. And communications technology, especially mobile internet, has made significant advances across the Pacific region to the stage that continuous access can be reliably established across international links, allowing any Pacific Island state to have full access and control of data and processing systems that are housed in a foreign country. And subject to the agreement of all parties, established programs like PAMBU, like Paradisec, could be migrated or at least replicated onto this platform, bringing that added benefit of recognizing data sovereignty over the collection by the cultural owner. Now, the innovation required for this data embassy concept is not a technical innovation. The real innovation here is at the policy level. This is a new application of the concept of an embassy, and it's unlikely to have been contemplated at the time the Vienna Convention was adopted. However, as the country of Estonia has proven, it may represent the natural evolution of the convention as the nature of international relations moves further into the digital age. Diplomatic missions cultivate a positive perception between nations and build bridges between cultures. In the digital age, characterized by instant 24/7 news and video conferencing, an embassy is less required for basic communications. However, the need for deeper cultural ties has become ever more important. And the Pacific Data Embassy may well represent a key attribute of that evolution. So, woody woody, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fricker. And indeed, digitalization is a key pillar of preservation of documentary heritage, something we'll be discussing a little bit later in session 1. We now have a special intervention from His Excellency, Mr. Onelio Martina. He's the Minister of Government Planning and Public Services in Curaçao, and he will speak to us about the issue of provenance and its role in national identity and nation building. Welcome to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Curaçao and the management of its documentary heritage, which is the topic of this presentation, is a particular country. Particular in a sense that it had to deal with provenance issues twice in recent history. The first time at the creation of the federal state Netherlands Antilles as part of the decolonization process worldwide, and last in 2010 after referenda, when the federal state dissolved successor state, leading to the creation of the country Curaçao. I will be focusing on the principle of provenance during this presentation and plead for a unified interpretation of this principle for all cultural heritage as part of a national identity and as instruments of nation building. It is Victor Hugo who said that nothing in this world has more power than an idea for which the time is right. This quote reminds me of the time of establishment of the United Nations and the establishment of Unesco and the aftermath of the Second World War and the destruction to the cultural heritage during that man-made disaster. The idea of building a United Nation was centered around the concept of self-determination, the right of every nation to decide freely on its constitutional future, and it meant the end of the colonialism, monitored by the UN. This general idea was met in my country, Curaçao, Netherlands Antilles, with the grassroots initiatives and idea of a local young legal officer, Dr. Moises Fromencio da Costa Gomes, who had just finished his PhD thesis on representative government. His idea matched the general ideas of self-determination of that time and gained traction. The manifestation of the right of self-determination in my country came about in 1954 with the establishment of an autonomous state within the Kingdom of Netherlands, reaffirmed in later referenda. Self-determination, of course, also implies the idea of governing our national identity with roots in our document heritage, but also the artifacts, antiquities, and expression of our national identity. All these aforementioned are our patrimony. It is of utmost importance for nation building, educating our youngsters, fostering cultural participation, and transparent government, trust from our people in our government. The concept of repatriating patrimony should be as natural and as normal as the establishment of self-determination after the Second World War, the raison d'etre of the UN. For the documentary heritage, there is the principle of provenance that fairly regulates this return of heritage to the original source and re-establish its original structure. We have worked in harmony with the Netherlands to establish that and have a good relationship in matters of cooperation and restoring provenance. Also, the Republic of Suriname, a former colony of the Netherlands, has its colonial archives returned to the place of origin on this basis of restoring provenance. As well as it works for the documentary heritage, the concept of provenance is not a generally accepted or an equally interpreted concept in the world of cultural heritage in general, especially when it comes to antiquities and artifacts. Let me elaborate on this statement by mentioning a high-profile example. We all know the meaning of the Magna Carta Charter for British identity, and we all accept that it is therefore managed in Britain in its original context. The Rosetta Stone should be equally important for the Egyptian identity, but it's managed and on display in London, not in Cairo. UNESCO, as the highest body in the cultural world, should have a front role in this great effort. Repatriation of cultural heritage to the source countries on basis of self-determination, the right of the people to determine their identity of nation building. Their claim on their own heritage is a fundamental right of nation building and should overturn property claims for later acquisitions, notwithstanding their rights to display these items on loan. This is the challenge for this century for UNESCO. A universally accepted principle of provenance for the entire heritage spectrum would help, and this idea would gain traction if bottom-up ideas meet top-down ideas. We can only hope a paradigm shift in this respect will help with the repatriation of all cultural heritage of the source countries. In this respect, the UNESCO conference last week, September 14, on the topic of the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property for a strengthened global dialogue was helpful. If local communities stand up against the looting of their cultural property in the wake of a natural or man-made disaster, like recently in Haiti or Afghanistan, and UNESCO fine-tunes the 1970 conventions, then we have, like Victor Hugo said, an idea for which the time is right. Ladies and gentlemen, since the establishment of the autonomous country Netherlands Antilles in 1954, as part of the decolonization process around the world, and the establishment of the autonomous country Curaçao in 2010, our documentary heritage was initially stored and managed in the government center, Fort Amsterdam in Curaçao. With the establishment of National Archives in 1969, public accessibility was regulated, although the Archive Ordinance passed Parliament years later in 1996 and renewed in 2008. Returning colonial archives from the Netherlands to cultural Curaçao was negotiated in the 80s. It was agreed that originals would be microfilmed and that the originals, which were in badly need of conservation, would be kept in Netherlands. These archives also recently digitized. It is important to note that until 2010, the island territory of Curaçao was part of a federation of the 5 Caribbean islands known as the Netherlands Antilles. The central federal administration was situated in Curacao. Each island had its own autonomy, its own island government, with its own taxes and its own elections, in addition to the federal system. The double-layered government also produced double government archives. This changes into 2010. After referenda under the auspices of the UN, the island from the Netherlands Antilles dissolved in separate entities on the same principle of self-determination that regulated decolonization. Consequently, Curacao itself had to deal with repatriation of cultural heritage on the basis of the principle of provenance. We had to regulate distribution of our federal documentary heritage from the predecessor state to the successor states. It was mainly the principle of provenance that arranged the separation of the federal documentary heritage in practice. In practice, this meant that approximately 80% of the federal documentary heritage remained on Curacao. However, taking into account the Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of state property, archives and debts from 1983, this heritage represents a shared memory and is equally important for the common history of the other islands of the former Netherlands Antilles. Hence, it is an obligation of Curacao to make this shared memory accessible and available under the Vienna Convention. Agreements concluded between the successor states concerned in regard to state archives of the predecessor state shall not infringe the right of people of those states to development, to information about their history and their cultural heritage. Vienna Convention, 1983. So the National Archives of Curacao has a unique task to preserve the documentary heritage from colonial times, the autonomous period of the Netherlands Antilles, as well as the autonomous period of the country of Curacao. And we need to make these periods available to successor states. Our aim is to do so by digitizing these records and make them available in an iDepot. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit the National Archives of the Netherlands to have an update on these developments. An iDepot will finally live up to the expectations of other islands to share our mutual heritage in a more convenient way. Digitized heritage managed by our own national archives under our own jurisdiction. A policy issue which must be taken into consideration is the discrepancy between the open data policy in Europe and the public access legislation in the Caribbean region. A policy where, in the recent past, we have seen initiatives to documentary heritage from Europe to the source country based on the principle of provenance. It now seems that the opposite is true when it comes to digitized archives. Hosting opportunities are mostly in Europe. The open data policy in Europe could imply a free reuse of the Caribbean heritage under European open data principles. The Caribbean region is not free of national hazards, although Curacao is situated mainly beneath the danger zone of hurricanes. Occasionally, we are met with huge rainfall as part of a larger hurricane system. For our documentary heritage, we have recently constructed a new modern and hurricane-proof repository. After various considerations and studies, our national government agreed in 2008 to build a new repository, an investment equivalent to approximately 3 million euros paid for from its own budget and resources, which means no external funding arrangements. For a country with 150,000 inhabitants, it represents a considerable investment in protecting its documentary heritage. The extensive restoration and construction of the repository took place between 2008 and 2011. It is a very modern building, hurricane-proof, above inundation levels, with 24 hours climate control and security protection. New acquisitions could, in principle, take place from there on. To speed up these acquisitions, from the curators to the National Archive new repository, 2 projects were launched in 2017. First, starting an archive school in Curacao in collaboration with the Intercontinental University of the Caribbean, ICUC, and second, at the same time, starting an appraisal project in which the archives of the creators were appraised by the students of the archive school as an internship assignment. The 2 projects have delivered a new framework of archives and record managers and transfer of the most valuable records. These are now public records, freely available for public viewing and living up with the standards of transparent government. Now that the archives have been acquired and placed in the new housing, it is important that they are actually consulted by the public. There have been a multitude of activities to this extent in the recent years. To mention a few, in cooperation with the University of Curacao, we have created the Canon of History, 50 topics of our local history in each 400 words, presented as an educational online tool. It is worthwhile mentioning as well the creation of a database of our slave registers. Hugely popular, they make up for 70% of the online visitors of the National Archives website. Parts of our documentary heritage at our National Archive was nominated and registered as Memory of the World in 2008 and 2017. One on the International Memory of the World list, and one on the regional Latin America and Caribbean countries list. The latter will be nominated for the International Memory of the World list this year. The International Council on Archives, Universal Declaration on Archives, was recently translated to the native language Papiamento as part of the archive school curriculum and is available on International Council of Archives website. UNESCO Memory of the World Register also helps promote our heritage. Besides the usual promotional activities such as workshops, exhibition, lectures, publication, and open houses. UNESCO's declaration of September 28 as an International Day for Universal Access to Information is also used as a way to promote utilization. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very proud of our documentary heritage. We consider it an instrument of our national identity, a tool for nation building, memory of our nation, a disposal of a society, individual citizen, in support of individual rights, and as a tool for active democratic control over government actions. It serves for emancipation as cultural heritage and as means of cultural participation. Curaçao has an obligation to put this memory at the disposal of their citizens as well to the people of the successor states of the Netherlands Antilles. We hope wholeheartedly that UNESCO will recognize all cultural heritage as vital tools for nation building. The concept of provenance should constitute the return of all cultural properties to their original context and source, not just of documentary heritage, but antiquities and artifacts as well. This way, we can truly protect and nurture the increase of the sense of identity and the understanding of culture in our societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, indeed, for that very important contribution here as we have just gotten started in this Global Policy Forum. We now have the opportunity to move on to the first session, and I would like to remind you that if you have questions, please do gather them. We hope to address some of the questions in the stream as well in the question and answer function on the chat, but we will try to move through the presentations and then address some of the questions towards the end of session one. So in this first session, we'll be discussing key issues for disaster risk reduction and management for preservation of documentary heritage. And who better to kick off the session than someone many of you will be familiar with, Mr. Faxen Banda. He's the chief of the Documentary Heritage Unit, and he will be taking the pandemic as an example and speaking to us about COVID-19 responses by memory institutions and how significant that has been. So Mr. Banda, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Sumi. It's good to see familiar faces after 2 years on site. And also we are pleased that you could join us online. So what I want to do is very quickly share with you some information about disaster risk reduction and documentary heritage with a focus on COVID-19 and the responses that it triggered on the part of UNESCO and other memory institutions. To begin, all over the world, the COVID-19 pandemic proved to be a disaster that caused governments, citizens, and international organizations to think about how best to reduce or manage the likelihood of such a disaster happening again and the extent to which its impact could be ameliorated now. This was certainly the case with respect to COVID-19's impact on the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage held in memory institutions across the globe. The issue of disaster risk reduction thus came to the fore as a way of framing how the impact of COVID-19 on the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage could be meaningfully understood and addressed both now and for the future. In this presentation, I will firstly share some information about the impact of COVID-19 in the context of the Memory of the World program and disaster risk reduction. Secondly, I will highlight UNESCO and its partners' response triggered by the impact of the pandemic. Finally, by way of conclusion, I will signpost how COVID-19 is likely to impact program delivery in the area of documentary heritage identification, preservation, and accessibility. Regarding my first point, the impact of COVID-19 can be better appreciated against the objectives of UNESCO's Memory of the World program. Set up in 1992, the program is aimed at 1, identifying documentary heritage of historical and global significance, 2, preserving it, and 3, enhancing access to it. The utility value of documentary heritage is diverse, of course. Individuals, communities, and governments may consume documentary heritage for scientific, educational, aesthetic, and cultural reasons. In this vein, priority 1 of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, Understanding Disaster Risk, includes the idea that policies and practices for disaster risk management should be based on an understanding of disaster risk in all its dimensions of vulnerability, capacity, exposure of persons and assets, hazard characteristics, and the environment. Such knowledge can be leveraged for the purpose of pre-disaster risk assessment, for prevention and for mitigation, as well as for the development and implementation of appropriate preparedness and effective response to disasters. For the most part, the disaster risk associated with COVID-19 had not been anticipated until it was too late. National lockdowns were announced by governments all over the world. Ironically, the policy of national lockdowns was informed by archival material derived from past pandemics that have occurred at various points in time, including the 1918 Spanish flu, whose death toll stood at more than 50 million people worldwide. Therefore, viewed against the COVID-19 national lockdowns, it became apparent that information would be a hugely significant currency for individuals, communities, and governments. That information would include understanding how past pandemics were addressed and how people under confinement would find solace in such information, not only for its scientific value, but also for its educational, aesthetic, and cultural upliftment. Given that such information is contained in documents held by archives, libraries, museums, and other holding places as heritage, the advent of COVID-19 presented major challenges, including restricted physical access to documentary heritage as holding institutions were forced to close. The routine tasks of preserving or conserving items of documentary heritage became physically impossible. Exposure of policy weaknesses, especially in terms of emergency preparedness plans for memory institutions. Indeed, the added burden on already secured budgetary resources, which meant further limitations on online access provision where this was deemed necessary. Against this background then, what was the shared response that UNESCO and its partners felt? Well, UNESCO embarked on an organization-wide response to COVID-19. In the field of communication and information, actions focused on 1, advocating for freedom of expression and the safety of journalists and reinforcing the capacities of media to cover the crisis. 2, developing and disseminating resources to tackle disinformation about COVID-19. 3, harnessing innovation and digital technologies to counter COVID-19. And 4, promoting open and universal access to information in response to COVID-19. Within this last area of action, the Documentary Heritage Unit, which manages the UNESCO's Memory of the World program, implemented the following activities. First, in a show of international solidarity with member states, memory institutions, and citizens, UNESCO co-signed and co-issued a statement on turning the threat of COVID-19 into an opportunity for greater support to documentary heritage. Several points have been made with respect to that recommendation, not least by David Fricker. Second, beyond the statement, UNESCO created a dedicated web page on resources for the documentary heritage community. The web page featured themes such as memory institutions and their responses to COVID-19 worldwide, effective preservation practices and resources, financial relief and other resources, leveraging technology, and learning from past pandemics. Third, we created a blog as part of the dedicated web page entitled "In Living Memory, Making the Most of Documentary Heritage for COVID-19 Decision-Making," with an introductory blog post on documentary heritage as a unique knowledge asset for COVID-19 decision-making. In summary, this blog space aimed to receive pithy and incisive contributions from experts on various aspects relating to how documentary heritage is being enlisted for COVID-19 decisions by individuals, memory institutions themselves, scientists, policymakers, governments, and other stakeholders. In terms of specific interventions by memory institutions, their representative organizations were able to share information about actions taken by such memory institutions in their respective countries. In this respect, information shared cut across the whole panoply of documentary heritage held by archives, libraries, museums, and other holding places. For example, what is the role of libraries during a global health crisis? International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, IFLA, was responsible for this. On the part of the International Council on Archives, what can archives offer during the COVID-19 pandemic? And moving on to the International Council of Museums, how do museums help fight the stress and isolation caused by the coronavirus outbreak? And finally, moving on to the Coordinating Council of Audiovisual Archives Associations, how can audiovisual archivists mitigate the impact of the pandemic on their community? Incidentally, all these international organizations co-signed the statement issued by UNESCO. If I may conclude now, what then are the implications for the future? I would like to highlight the fact that going forward, activities being implemented by the Memory of the World program are likely to focus on the long-term impacts of COVID-19. For example, the second Global Policy Forum has had its content reoriented to reflect the ongoing impact of COVID-19 on memory institutions. More importantly, given the suddenness with which the pandemic struck, disaster risk reduction, particularly its focus on emergency preparedness, seems likely to define our work, given the Sendai framework's predictive potential to enable policymakers to think about the preservation of documentary heritage as contributory to the information that is so essential to public health risk reduction and management. This, in a sense, speaks to priority 4 of the Sendai framework, particularly the focus on enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response by memory institutions, and where disaster has struck, enabling them to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Related to national documentary heritage preservation policy, there is now an increasing focus on the need for increased investment in documentary heritage as a record of the impact of global pandemics on societies and on how governments, memory institutions, and citizens experience that impact with resilience, which speaks to both priorities 2 and 3 of the Sendai framework, focusing respectively on strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk and investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience. Accordingly, emphasis will have to be placed on the accuracy and reliability of public records for decision-making at the individual or collective levels. Preservation, including through digitization, is also becoming an absolute necessity, particularly if it can be linked to easier manipulation of such records in the digital environment. If nothing else, the lockdowns have taught us the need to be prepared to use and reuse documentary heritage in different formats to transcend any physical barriers. Another important issue of consideration is the extent to which the public is aware of the services that memory institutions can offer in conditions of lockdown. The pandemic threw this utility value of documentary heritage into sharp relief as people and policymakers sought to acquaint themselves with records of past pandemics and the extent to which these records could reinforce decision-making around COVID-19. To reinforce this point, by way of conclusion, the Sendai framework advances 3 measures. 1, promoting national strategies to strengthen public education and awareness in disaster risk reduction, including disaster risk information and knowledge through campaigns, social media, and community mobilization. taking into account specific audiences and their needs. 2, applying risk information in all its dimensions of vulnerability, capacity, and exposure of persons, communities, countries, and assets, as well as hazard characteristics, to develop and implement disaster risk reduction policies. And 3, enhancing collaboration among people at the local level to disseminate disaster risk information through the involvement of community-based organizations and non-governmental organizations. All 3 measures can be applied to the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage in its splendor and glory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banda, speaking to us about the impact of COVID-19 and the COVID-19 response from memory institutions. Another threat to our documentary heritage is, of course, natural disasters and hazards. And I'd like to welcome now Mr. Soichiro Yasukawa, who's the program specialist for disaster risk reduction and resilience at the section for Earth Sciences and Geohazard Risk Reduction in Unesco. And he'll tell us about Unesco's work building a global culture of resilience. So, Mr. Yasukawa, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Sumi. Good morning, participant in Paris, and good afternoon, good evening, participant around the globe. My name is Soichiro Yasukawa. I'm a program specialist for disaster risk reduction, headquartered in Paris. I would like to share with you today what UNESCO is doing for disaster risk reduction, including for the preservation of the heritage documents. Okay, so UNESCO is a UN organization that has a wide mandate, including science, education, culture, social science, communication, informations. So we have many disciplines working on disaster risk reduction, and we try to package ourselves to show one UNESCO on disaster risk reduction. And these are the 8 thematics we are making an intervention for disaster risk reduction. I will come back later, so maybe I go to the next slide. So in the center, you will see the 8 intervention of UNESCO. STI, using STI, early warning system, built environment, school safety, culture, etc., etc. On the left side, you see the different sectors of UNESCO, science, where I am working, oceanography, education, culture, etc. If you see the links between the center and the left side, you see many lines connecting each other. For example, STI, we work with science or communication informations. So we try to say that UNESCO is working on a multidisciplinary approach, inviting different sectors, different disciplines to work on one topic. If you look at the right side, you see the connection between other UN agencies. Under the guidance or under the coordination of the UNDRR in Geneva, on the domain of disaster risk reduction, UN agencies try to collaborate. We try to make synergies with each other. We try to avoid the duplications. For example, STI, we work with WMO or ITU, etc., etc. So this is what we are doing, and these are the sample of the activities around the globe. I should have included a project in Africa and Suriname for the documentary heritage, but next time I'm sure I'm going to include it in this global project mapping. So I try to pick up some of the subject, how UNESCO is contributing not only on the disaster risk reduction in general, but also for the preservation of the documentary heritages. First one is early warning system. So it depends on the hazard, but right now using the science and technology right now, we can get alert in advance, 1 week, 1 hour, or 10 seconds, etc. But if you receive the alert in advance, yes, we can take a necessary action. At the same time, we can prepare like a protocols depending on the time we have in advance. So UNESCO is working on an early warning system, tsunami, earthquake, flood, drought, etc. This is second UNESCO's advantage that we are working on a multi-hazard approach. We have covering a different hazard. And yes, early warning system not only save the people, but also we can, yes, as I mentioned earlier, the institutions or libraries or schools can prepare for the protocols, how we can save, how we can preserve the documentary heritage. So we have several key activities in tsunami or earthquakes or flood, etc. But I don't go into the detail because of the time limitation. Second one is we have an intervention on school safety and built environment. So built environment, we usually talk about earthquake because about 80% of the deaths by natural hazard or earthquake are by the collapse of the buildings. So it's not only for human loss, but also the documentary heritage are damaged by the collapse of the buildings. At the same time, we estimate that more than 170 million children would be affected by the natural hazard. So in order to save children or properties or human lives, we need to make sure that the built environment or school buildings are safe enough to, resilient enough against natural hazard. So especially for school safety, yes, we have in the schools, we have like libraries or archives and so on. So by securing the resiliency of the school buildings or buildings could lead to the preservation of the documentary heritages. So we have several projects. For example, we have a resource methodologies, which is to risk assess and also to estimate the cost of engineering intervention of the school buildings. And we have deployed resource methodologies for more than 11,000 schools, 11,000 buildings in 1,700 schools. So we have done it in 7 countries. We are trying to deploy to other countries as well. Yes, I think we better talk about the culture here because yes, culture heritage, when hit by natural hazard, yes, it will be a big loss for the communities and also economic damage because cultural site is a good source of the tourism. But at the same time, cultural heritages or documentary heritages are the identity of the communities or histories of the regions. So it is important that we need to secure the resiliency of the cultural heritage, not only the documentary heritage, but the cultural buildings as well. So UNESCO, working with the World Bank, we developed guidelines how to reconstruct, how to prepare for the natural hazard on the cultural heritage. We put a link and you see the yellow book on the bottom. So these are one of the guidance how we can prepare for the natural hazard. Yes, and also UNESCO secures some emergency funding which could be used for response or preparedness for the cultural heritage, not only the building, but also for the documentary heritages. And also UNESCO, actually, we are also working on the preparedness and risk mitigation of the museums. Yeah, because museum contains a lot of, yes, lot of researches or presentations and so on. So we better need to be prepared, not only physically, but also like a protocol-wise, how to evacuate the heritage, documentary heritage in case of a hazard. So it is also for, it is both a preparedness and also for response. And we have the guidelines with the ICOMOS in 10 countries. I also put the link here. Yes, this one is a ecosystem, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, which might not be a close relation to the conservation of the documentary heritage, but it's now becoming a big topic because conventionally we try to intervene physically via dikes or embankment or big dams. But right now we are trying to use this ecosystem to increase the resiliency of the resilience against natural hazards, like bringing by constructing water reservoirs in case of flooding, like you see in the pictures. So this is not exactly directed to the preservation of the documentary heritage, but this provides alternative solutions for the government and municipalities, because big infrastructure development costs a lot. But if you try to use this ecosystem or biodiversity for resiliency, it could be more sustainable and more affordable. Okay, so this is the last one. So UNESCO, together with the communication information sector, we try to explore the potentiality of using STI, like artificial intelligence, big data. So this is, yes, I have to admit that this is not exactly to the preservation of documentary heritage, but we have a project in East Africa to develop an AI chatbot with which government and the communities or individual can communicate each other by using AI chatbot. Normally, people need to go to the website of the government or municipality to get the information, but with this, AI can answer you the questions, what you want to know, where to evacuate, or where I can get the food, etc. Yes, we are trying to explore the potentiality of using AI, and eventually we would be happy to use AI for this preservation of the documentary heritage. Yes, this is the last one, but I think I want to add one example, because I mentioned our approach is multidisciplinary and multi-hazard, but we also try to be multi-stakeholder engagement. In this, we try to engage with young people. So we work with the young professionals on disaster risk reduction in Africa, Asian Pacific, and Caribbean seas. So these people are very motivated. Whenever something happens, they always try to engage how to react, how they can contribute to the preparedness, etc., etc. These people right now are scientists, so they mainly work on the scientific issues, but eventually we are happy that we engage with this documentary heritage preservations for using the young power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yasukawa. Again, in the interest of time, as we're running a little bit behind schedule, I'd like to welcome now Ms. Yolia Tortolero Cervantes. She's the Vice Director of the General Archive in Oaxaca in Mexico, and she carried out a pilot survey for UNESCO titled Preservation of Documentary Heritage through Policy Development and Capacity Building, which she'll be telling us about.
Thank you very much. Well, sorry, I am not now the subdirector of the General Archive for Oaxaca. Sorry, I was in fact in 2020. Now I am working in Ecuador online, giving courses. But I would like to, and I continue helping the Oaxaca Archive. In fact, my colleagues are very active, in fact. Thank you. Well. Buenos días.
Good morning. I would like to extend my affectionate greetings to UNESCO and to the donors of the Japanese Fund. I would like to welcome the decision to organize this global forum, which I hope will help us change from the grassroots up our culture when it comes to a reaction to catastrophes and their effect on the documentary heritage. I'd like to thank the authorities for presenting the results of the pilot survey. During the time that I took part in that initiative, Dr. Faxon Banda, who is the head of the unit, the Memory of the World unit, and his team lent us full support in order to help with the dissemination and the publication of its findings. I'd like to, the survey carried out by UNESCO and financed by the government of Japan confirmed that to document, to evaluate, and to detect in a timely way the risks brought about by nature or by man to archives, museums, and libraries means that we can avoid paying a high extra budgetary cost and avoid losing the analog and digital heritage, especially when it comes to information that's both administrative and historic that we have to identify as a priority for its preservation in the long run. For that reason, a continuous sustainable activity that the member states can carry out to support the Memory of the World program would be to replicate these sorts of projects and initiatives on risk reduction in order to undertake their responsibility to protect their documentary heritage and at the same time to protect their cultural and natural heritage. For example, if a site on the World Heritage List is damaged because of a catastrophe, its reconstruction is only possible if we have the plans and the information conserved in the memory institutions. Distinguished colleagues and speakers, ladies and gentlemen.
UNESCO, through its Memory of the World program, supported by the Japanese Funds in Trust, proposed the mapping of documentary heritage endangered or at risk. This activity consisted in surveying documentary heritage as well as the related memory institutions at risk in terms of a multi-hazard risk assessment. For this purpose, a pilot survey was designed and implemented online between December 2019 and May 2020. The outcome of the project was published by UNESCO this year, 2021, and you can check it in the following link. There's a link where you can check this publication. And I invite you to review it in detail because I only will give an overview, in general overview of the findings. Memory institutions and Memory of the World committees could use this report, in fact, to implement the survey on their own. Because the questionnaire implemented, is published in this report, and there's only the English version, but you can use it. And the report could also serve for training purposes, for promoting the assessments of hazards and disasters, as well as for designing and updating emergency plans. I will begin this presentation giving an overview of the pilot survey initiative, underlining the conceptual framework, the main findings, and key conclusions. These images are samples of digital repositories accessible today in archives, libraries, museums, and media sources. United Nations recently published an interesting research on how current disasters are all interconnected. And for sure, also disasters in the past are connected with those in the present and will be interconnected with those in the future. So, cross-reference this qualitative data with academic and scientific research is essential and necessary to better understand the evolution of climate change, the origin of disasters, and the recurrent natural and man-made hazards in many countries. The UNESCO Japan Funds in Trust pilot survey took into account previous projects on assessing disasters in archives, libraries, by adding new concepts to foster a culture of disaster risk reduction. In accordance with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as with the priorities of action of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy 2015-2030. The online survey on documentary heritage at risk was implemented in 63 institutions from 30 countries, shown in this map. 14 of them were from small islands developing states, 16 were from least developed countries, and 33 from other countries. Most surveys were answered by archives, as you see in this chart, in comparison, with other memory institutions. Now, this is the list of the surveyed institutions by country. I wish to address my gratitude to all participants, colleagues, and institutions for answering an average of 70 to 100 question items on their collections, management plans, hazard detection, and occurrence of previous disasters. Thank you very much. In concrete, country case studies were carried out in Cuba, Guatemala, Madagascar, and Mexico, obtaining representative samples of national and international levels, at national and international institutional levels. The following slides show the number of institutions surveyed in those countries. For example, Madagascar did a great job surveying museums, while in Cuba, Guatemala, and Mexico, national and local memory institutions were surveyed. Now, let's move to the conceptual framework. This slide shows some concepts and terminology and categories used in the pilot survey to assess hazards and disasters in memory institutions. As you see, this terminology is approved and used by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. The categories also, and they have a dictionary of all the categories that we can find depending on the disaster or hazard. This other slide shows the main hazards that normally occur in memory institutions and that we know very well. In fact, the UNESCO Japan Funds in Trust initiative fosters a culture of disaster risk reduction by assessing exposures, hazards, vulnerabilities, and capacities to prevent new risks, reduce existing risk, and increase resilience. These concepts are closely aligned with the Target 7 of the Sendai Framework related to increase multi-hazard early warning systems and disaster risk information and assessments to people by 2030. For this reason, I invite memory institutions and the Memory of the World committees to review these concepts and study the Sendai Framework strategy, because we all have to understand very well the concepts and difference between a risk, a hazard, a threat, and a disaster. From this perspective, memory institutions should invest more time and resources in holistic strategies or systemic strategies to reduce risks instead of waiting for disasters to happen. In other words, it is desirable to keep documenting threats and monitoring hazards, as well as preventing potential risks, seeking to respond promptly to disasters that may occur, minimizing any type of cost, loss, or damage. For example, this illustration dated in 1843, and it's located in the National Library here in France, the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, recreates the precise moment when an earthquake hit the city of Pointe-à-Pitre, located in the Caribbean island of Guadeloupe, overseas region of France. Here, the map of Guadeloupe represents the 5 major hazards to which the island is normally exposed: hurricanes, floods, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes. This overall perspective is known by Sendai Framework as multi-hazard risk assessment. On the other side, the sum of impacts, damages, and consequences of a single disaster, which occur simultaneously over time, is known by United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction as cascading effects. For instance, those who are familiar with the Making Cities Resilient campaign could better explain these contexts. And why don't we in memory institutions begin a Making Documentary Heritage Resilient campaign? Is just a question. Now think, how would you describe these effects when a disaster strikes memory institutions and documentary heritage? I mean, after disasters, how do we build back better, get back to normal, get resources, or ask for volunteers to help? In contrast, the pandemic has demonstrated the importance of defining multi-hazard early warning systems due to collateral risks of the health crisis. Just remember those countries and cities where natural and man-made disasters occurred simultaneously, increasing costs and consequences. Such cases revealed the fine line between hazards and disasters. Now let's move to the main findings of the pilot survey. 70% of the institutions surveyed were located in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The main hazards registered by respondents were biological affectations such as pests and microorganisms. The main disasters reported were floods. More than a half of the institutions surveyed lose records or collections after disasters. 40 out of the 63 institutions surveyed did not have a written management plan in case of emergency or disaster, as we see in these maps. This is a map that shows the countries without an emergency plan. The next one, countries which do have emergency plan. Other findings like this allowed us to assess levels of risk using color-coded charts to register hazards, disasters, and damages in memory institutions, as is shown in these 3 slides. These are damages. These are hazards. The next 4 slides include an example of the answers given by a single institution, the Film Archive of Dominican Republic, or Cinemateca Dominicana. Highlighted in yellow is the data on their institution and their documentary heritage, the previous damages and disasters occurred, and their exposure to hazards. This other section registered if the institution had an emergency plan to face the prevention, mitigation, and recovery phases. In this section, the institution also had to register the content of its emergency plan. Let's now finish reviewing some key conclusions of the pilot survey conducted by UNESCO and supported by the Japan Funds in Trust. Preventive measures significantly reduce the costs of disasters. Memory institutions are more vulnerable if they do not have an updated emergency plan. Enhancing cooperation is required. Having updated inventories is a critical issue to prevent losses of documentary heritage and information. Policymakers should strengthen public policies and legal frameworks on disaster risk reduction. Promoting risk reduction strategies, training sessions, and workshops reinforce preservation in documentary heritage and guarantee access to public information. Memory institutions with a strong emergency preparedness culture should share their knowledge and experience. In concluding my intervention, it is crucial that member states, policymakers, stakeholders, memory institutions, memory of the world committees, and experts urgently undertake joint efforts in promoting disaster risk reduction strategies for preserving and protecting documentary heritage, as it is the core of our collective memory, our most precious asset. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yolia Tortolero Cervantes, for sharing the findings of your pilot survey with us. Let's continue on to our next speaker who's joining us virtually. I'd like to welcome Ms. Aparna Tandon. She's a senior program leader of First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis, joining us from the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property from Rome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to contribute to the second Global Policy Forum and represent ICROM at this meeting. I would like to start simply with a very basic fact. Climate change is intensifying and is widespread. The IPCC report has signaled code red for humanity. This also means we are seeing climate change in form of conflicts and disasters and frequent flooding, long spells of drought, heat waves, something that Europe has witnessed in this once in a millennium floods in Europe, in parts of Europe where documentary heritage, among other forms of heritage, was damaged. When we are talking about disaster, it was very interesting to hear the previous speaker and the findings of the survey. But there is also apparently a confusion between understanding of the word disaster, because accidents are also being equated to disaster. I think it is very important to understand the word disaster and how UNDRR defines it. And every country has a legal definition of disaster. When we say disaster, we mean huge social disruption. And conflicts too can create conditions for disasters, but these are slow onset and they culminate into a crisis. What does that mean? In other words, what I'm trying to say is a situation when economy is damaged, people are dead or displaced, and infrastructure is damaged. In that situation, we want to extend resources to cultural heritage, documentary heritage, and protect that documentary heritage. So this is a big ask. In a situation of disaster, we want to protect documentary heritage. And I'm not disputing the fact that we need to protect documentary heritage. On the contrary, I feel strongly as a heritage professional, as well as a person who has worked in the field, the documentary heritage is a source of resilience. So what are we saying here? We are saying that we have to cut hazards, we have to reduce vulnerabilities, we have to reduce exposure, we have to increase capacities to avoid disasters which sometimes stem from beyond a heritage institution. The disaster is a wider phenomenon, and in that, a heritage institution is caught, and we want to avoid damage in that situation, right? So in order to do that, our work is, it's very simple to say it in a bullet point, but it's very difficult to implement it, is to assess disaster risk and develop realistic scenarios, because climate change like risk drivers are upon us, and we have to assess risk, disaster risk for compound and cascading hazards, as has been previously highlighted. We need to enhance mitigation and preparedness at heritage places, and we need to conduct training. Now, what do I mean by realistic disaster scenarios? I could not think of anything else but my own building of ICROM when I thought I would, how best to illustrate this point. There is a river that flows next to ICROM building, and in October, it often rains. It rains a lot. The vulnerability is that this is the time of COVID, and if there is an infection, the building would be shut out. And right now there's repair work going on. So if, let's say, our roof is still not in a good condition, it's an old building adapted to the use of archives, with heavy rains, the false ceiling could break, and documents, important documentary heritage, which contains records of conservation, the story of conservation in the world could be damaged. Moreover, we have other vulnerabilities, such as these because as I said, this is an adapted building. There are pipes that go and feed into air conditioners. Those could break and malfunction if not, if money is not put into the right, in a right way, and could cause localized flooding in such a situation of heavy rain. Once again, the scenario is heavy rain, false ceiling breaking down because of roof malfunctioning, because our roof is, it's an old building. And the streets could flood because there is not enough being done at a city level to clean the drains. So this is a realistic scenario. We've just heard many at heritage places, people have experienced flood. And localized flooding is something that we have been living with. But unprecedented rain that was experienced in that is being experienced in many parts of the world is what is our fear. And how real is this scenario can be is only if we talk to the local civil protection, local disaster management agencies, and understand what scenarios they are playing with, what scenarios they are working on, and then connect that scenario with your heritage place and see if you could be in the path of that flooding. Scenario-based mitigation is smart, and it also helps to direct efforts at the root causes. For example, I gave you this example of the sink. I think if we were to start mitigation step by step, thinking about flood hazard, we have to get rid of this vulnerability. We have to find another way so that we can avoid localized flooding, right? Sometimes it's so simple, but sometimes it's not simple if the risk exists beyond the boundary walls of your heritage place. If it exists in the setting where you are, if you are in an industrial setting, the risk might be coming from outside. And that's why we need to be aware and understand mitigation at multiple levels. We need to understand it at the regional level, at the site level, at the building level, at display and storage shelves level, and at collections and materials level. So that is where it sometimes, the connection doesn't remain. And when I say region and district, that automatically means stakeholders that exist beyond, your archive, your museum, or your library, or your community center, your site, what is in the immediate vicinity, your building. So all these levels represent different stakeholders, and they have to be identified. Furthermore, we need to understand what are the physical vulnerabilities of documentary heritage, what materials it is composed of, plastics, polymers, paper, parchment, what is it, and what is it vulnerable to? What kind of hazards it's vulnerable to? Mirroring has been mentioned in the form of digital diplomacy, which is kind of novel idea, but mirror sites and safeguarding digital data in another geographical location is an effective and tried and tested mitigation strategy. And those who, we can still take small baby steps in doing this by not going maybe at a large scale, but by putting some things on cloud and some things in another location. Preparedness is another aspect. It is about knowledge and capacities that we need to anticipate, to respond, and to recover from the impacts of disasters. What does that mean in real terms? Do we have access to early warning systems? Would I know that huge amounts of rain is expected? Easy, I can find it from the weather reports. But do I know that a volcano is going to erupt and that I could be, or my heritage institution could be in its path? Do we have spaces for evacuation of collection when we live in a hustling, busy city and the empty spaces are all taken up for putting up shelters for people? So that means we need to coordinate with our local disaster management agencies. Backup for digital data, I have already mentioned, and do we have trained staff and volunteers? Another aspect here, important aspect, is that in the UN framework for giving immediate aid after emergency, in the cluster system that has been developed, there is no cluster for culture. There is, there are dedicated areas for shelter, food, water, but no place for culture. Culture, like gender, is everywhere, but nowhere. I'm sorry, I'm making it very clear, but UNESCO has been making efforts, and there have been efforts to put culture in PDNA, post-disaster needs assessment. But in this initial phase, a lot of damage immediately after happens to cultural heritage, and it is demolished. And sometimes when documentary heritage is in adapted buildings which do not perform to modern engineering standards, they could be demolished. So at the moment, ICROM and UNESCO are working together with INSARAG, the International Search and Rescue Advisory Group of UN OCHA, to develop guidelines so that in this initial moment, when search and rescue is going on, heritage is at least identified and not demolished immediately after in the cleanups. That is a starting point, but much more needs to be done locally. So a key message of this presentation is increase interagency coordination and work locally, and work with your local civil protection, army, humanitarian NGOs, which provide food, shelter, and water, livelihoods and psychosocial support. Go as a strong partner and offer that we ourselves can be a source of resilience for the community's recovery. As our Japanese colleague, I think later on in this program, we have an intervention which will show how people in times of disaster recover better by recovering their heritage. We need to work with volunteer groups, and we need to work with local universities as well. Last but not the least, training for disaster risk management of documentary heritage at a global scale needs to be stepped up and linked with cascading capacity development, and not an one-off workshop just 5 days with no follow-up. It needs field projects. It needs a long follow-up so that we can understand how capacities on the ground have been transformed or enhanced. ICROM has been doing something like this and has developed a cascading capacity development model, which includes long-term mentoring and field projects. And in 2020, we reached 32 countries, despite the pandemic, trained 524 professionals, carried out 16 field projects, and created 70 new partnerships. All this is possible if the training is designed in such a way that the trainees after the training get seed grants and mentorship support to implement disaster risk management locally. We have now a network of 800 plus cultural first aiders in 87 countries, and this network is further helping us to create capacities for disaster risk management of all types of heritage, including documentary heritage. We have also developed lots of guidance, which is available for download from our website and also in collaboration with UNESCO and other organizations. We have also developed videos in collaboration with Egyptian Heritage Rescue Foundation on COVID and how it impacts different forms of heritage. But I come to this forum with an idea that what ICROM can do with all the experiences that we have gathered is to offer, to partner with UNESCO and all the institutions that are here to form a global alliance for capacity development, because together we are stronger and culture cannot wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Tandon, for that excellent intervention. And as you just touched upon, we are going to ask the question of how to rescue documentary heritage when natural disasters are occurring as they are happening, and how to record those disasters. And to speak about that, I'd like to welcome also online Dr. Akira Matsuda, an associate professor at the University of Tokyo, and also served as a consultant at UNESCO's Division of Cultural Heritage. So I'd like to hand the screen to you, Mr. Matsuda.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to be speaking in this important forum. First of all, a few words about myself. I am a researcher based at the University of Tokyo, as it was just introduced. My research area is heritage studies. So academically, I investigate the interrelationship between various types of heritage, cultural heritage, and contemporary society. I also serve as deputy chair of the committees on UNESCO's World Heritage Program, Intangible Cultural Heritage Program, and the Memory of the World Program at governmental organizations of Japan. So I work both on the theory and practice of heritage, which I believe is the reason I was given a chance to take part in this important global policy forum. I had the pleasure of joining the first forum back in 2018 too. Now, as a professional researcher, I would like to suggest 3 research areas that, or research topics that address documentary heritage in relation to disasters. First, how to rescue documentary heritage during or in the immediate aftermath of disasters. Second, how in ordinary times to prepare for the prevention and mitigation of damage that future disasters may cause to existing documentary heritage. And third, how to record disasters that have happened or are happening so that records can turn into documentary heritage in the future. A good example of the documentary heritage consisting of records of a disaster is the Indian Ocean Tsunami Archives, which were inscribed on the Memory of the World International Register in 2017. We all surely remember the tragic tsunami, which claimed the lives of over 300,000 people in 2004. At the first Global Policy Forum, I learned a lot from the thought-provoking talk given by Dr. Weta Singhe on the archived records of that particular tsunami. So now we can think of these three research topics. To make things simpler, let me use abbreviations. How to rescue damaged documentary heritage, how to prepare in ordinary times for damage prevention and mitigation against future disasters, and how to record disasters that have happened or are happening. Now, you may wonder how these three research topics relate to the theme of our Global Policy Forum. So here in this slide, you can see the 3 points made in the conclusion of the first forum as the areas where policy needs to be formulated and implemented. 1, safeguarding, rescuing, restoring damaged documentary heritage. 2, documenting disaster through research, awareness raising, and community engagement. And 3, deploying an interdisciplinary approach towards preservation efforts for documentary heritage. And you can note that point 1 of the first forum conclusion corresponds to the how to rescue research topic. Point 2 relates to how to record topic. And point 3 relates to how to prepare topic. So again, the 3 research topics. Now, I have to say that these 3 topics tend to be discussed individually and separately. And that's understandable because each topic requires a different set of skills and expertise. However, I would like to suggest that how to record topic should feed into how to rescue and how to prepare topics. And I'm suggesting this because we can learn lessons from records documenting previous disasters. So the lessons can serve the practical need of better rescuing damaged documentary heritage in the future, and also to better prepare for damage prevention and mitigation against future disasters. This is important, particularly in a post-disaster period, because that is a moment in which we must make use of the lessons learned from past disasters so we can build back our society better. The post-disaster society should be able to better rescue damaged documentary heritage and better prepare for its damage prevention and mitigation. However, there is a pitfall here, which is often disregarded. We tend to assume recording something is equal to remembering it, when actually it is not. We often seem to believe by recording or documenting or archiving a disaster, we have already ensured that that disaster will be remembered. In other words, we are inclined to think, all right, we've archived it, so it's all is done and dusted. But of course, it is not the case. Think of the act of making a list of items for shopping. Once you have made a shopping list, you feel relieved because now you can forget the individual items to purchase. When necessary, you can always look back at the list to be reminded what you need to buy. This simple example illustrates that recording allows you to recall and recollect, but it doesn't guarantee remembering, especially keeping remembering. So here is the thing, documenting disasters isn't equal to remembering them. You can build an elaborate and comprehensive system of archives recording disasters that have happened. And today, I assume everyone wants to use the state-of-the-art digital technologies to create such archives, which will complement and strengthen paper-based archives. But that doesn't guarantee that we will keep remembering those disasters. Think of the COVID-19. When it broke out, our immediate reaction was, we never thought a pandemic like that could happen. We are faced with a formidable challenge like no one before. But shortly after, we all came to realize that our world had experienced similar pandemics, including even more devastating ones before. like the Spanish flu that assailed the world in 1980 to 20, claiming the lives of over 50 million people, as Faxon illustrated earlier on. And we also discovered, to our surprise, that there were abundant detailed records of the Spanish flu. So in 2020, the records were there. We had managed to keep those records over 100 years. But when COVID broke out, we didn't recall the Spanish flu immediately. It took us a while to recall it, and we were shocked when realizing the massive scale of devastation caused by the Spanish flu. The existence of the records didn't guarantee that we would keep remembering it. In 2020, we needed to realize that the records were there and then look into those records as if we did it for the first time in order to remind ourselves of the Spanish flu. Let me give you another example. Most of us will surely remember the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami in 2011. Many of us have seen images of that disaster, like this one here, spread across mainstream media and social media. While examining how these media talked about that disaster, I paid attention to one particular word, which was quite significant. And that word was, in Japanese, mizou, which in English means unprecedented. So those media often describe the 2011 Japan disaster as unprecedented. But of course, it was not an unprecedented disaster. The same area has been subjected to a number of earthquakes and tsunami. The 1896 Meiji Sanriku earthquake and tsunami killed more people than the 2011 one. There is an uncanny similarity between photographic records showing the damage caused by the two disasters. Hard to believe those photos were taken in 1896. And here you see photos showing the devastation caused by yet another tsunami striking the same region in 1933. This tsunami wiped away an entire village, which managed to recover soon after, but then was destroyed again by the 2011 tsunami. Again, in 2011, the records of past disaster, including vivid photographic records, were there. But despite the presence of those detailed records, the past disasters were forgotten, and many people describe the 2011 disaster as unprecedented. And you may wonder, why forgotten then? In fact, those past disasters were not forgotten. Shortly after the 2011 disaster, people did come to realize that records of earlier disaster existed in abundance and in good conditions. In other words, those past disasters were not entirely forgotten in 2011. Rather, they were not recalled immediately. People needed to spend a little while to remember past disasters by going through those records. So we should rather ask, why not recalled immediately? And this question can in part be answered by recognizing the dilemma of remembering devastating disasters. Of course, we want to remember disasters because we can learn lessons from them in order to build back our society better. But we also want to forget disasters. That is an important point because we want to move on. We don't want to continue thinking of negative things, negative incidents all the time, especially traumatizing incidents. And importantly, this is a very natural desire of the people. And bearing that in mind, let us now go back to this slide with which I earlier emphasized the importance of making use of the records documenting past disasters for practical uses, such as learning lessons from past experiences to improve how we rescue damaged documentary heritage and how we prepare for damage prevention and mitigation of documentary heritage against future disasters. But if people, with the exception of specialists and specialized institutions, don't want to keep remembering past disasters, we cannot expect those records will serve practical uses very well. Specialists, of course, may try to achieve such practical uses, but society at large won't. Then what needs to be done? I suggest we consider not only how the records of past disaster can help specialists, such as government and relevant institutions, to attain practical goals, but also how to engage and work with various communities in order to generate social memory informed by past disasters using records of them. If we manage to help communities generate social memory informed by past disasters, it will create an environment in which specialists can use records of past disasters more easily and readily for practical uses. And that social memory will help not just social specialists, but society at large to build back better. And how can we help communities generate social memory informed by previous disasters by using records documenting them? I show you two examples from Japan. On the 5th of November, 1854, Ansei Nankai earthquake and tsunami hit the Kansai area. Kansai area includes Osaka and Tokyo. Kyoto, particularly the area near Osaka was hit heavily by that earthquake and tsunami. And incidentally, the 5th of November is the United Nations World Tsunami Awareness Day with reference to this particular tsunami. Now, in the image, you see the village of Hiromura being engulfed by a tsunami coming from the bottom towards the top in this image. There is an abundance of records documenting this 1854 disaster. The image that you just saw is taken from Ansei Monrock, which consists of detailed records of the disaster. In the village of Hiromura, you still have the embankment, which was built immediately after the 1854 to protect the village from future tsunamis. And this embankment was designated as a National Historic Site in 1938 and has since been nationally protected. So you have written and visual records as well as an historic embankment protected as a national monument. They are historical evidence of the 1854 disaster. But just having historical records and evidence is not enough to generate social memory. An important thing is what communities actually do with those records and evidence to generate social memory. And in the case of Hiromura village, which today is called Hirokawa town, they do an annual ceremony on the same day of the 5th of November. They have been holding this annual ceremony since 1903, so more than 100 years. During the ceremony, locals, including school children, visit the Hiromura embankment. And they spend a minute of silence on the embankment, followed by a disaster drill. That way, people in this town, Hirokawa town, have been generating and regenerating social memory informed by the 1854 disaster on the basis of historical records and evidence of that disaster. And by doing so, they try to stay vigilant against future tsunamis. The other example, Shirahama town was also hit by the 1854 tsunami. But at the autumn festival of Asuka Shrine located in this town, they generate and regenerate social memory of an even earlier tsunami, 1707 tsunami, using this tsunami warning tablet. The tablet, which bears an inscription written by locals immediately after the 1707 tsunami, contains a warning that says things like, you must remember that a big earthquake is always followed by a tsunami, and therefore you must run off immediately. During the festival, there is a moment in which that historical tablet is read out. And this readout performance has been performed for a long time. It was initially done in the 18th century for about 30 years every year, and then stopped. But again, it was restarted in 1989 and has since been carried out every year. That way, the local people try to keep reminding themselves of the importance of preparing for future tsunamis and earthquakes. Now, these two examples from Japan and of course symbolic ones. I'm not suggesting that similar ceremony or festival should take place elsewhere. But what I want to stress here is that just keeping and safeguarding historical records of past disasters isn't enough. Specialists, perhaps including us, may well try hard to use them for practical purposes, but that won't be effective enough unless society at large willingly accepts memory informed by past disasters. Therefore, we need to get various communities. We need to engage with them, and so that these communities we need to get these communities to engage with the records of past disasters. And this kind of thinking or approach needs to be fed into the policy framework we are discussing today and tomorrow. Hence the importance of generating social memory informed by disasters. And the simplest and most reasonable way of achieving this is to use records documenting past disasters. This means records documenting past disasters must be made accessible to the public. But that isn't enough. Those accessible records need to be actually accessed and used by communities to generate and regenerate the social memory. And therefore, we need to engage with those communities. And if we manage to help communities to do this, then there will be a perfect environment for using the same records to rescue damaged documentary heritage and for preparing for damage prevention and mitigation against future disasters. In other words, to build back better. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you as well, Mr. Matsuda, for that intervention. We have one further intervention before we take a break, and I would like to let everyone know who is in the chat at the moment that we are gathering your questions and we'll try to address them through the course of the day. But for now, I'd like to hand over to Ms. Natasha Milic-Freyling. She is a member of the Preservation Subcommittee within the UNESCO Memory of the World Program, and she serves as chair of the Research and Technology Working Group for the UNESCO PERSIST project.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here and speak in the names of my colleagues who are part of the Preservation Subcommittee, part of the Memory of the World Program. The presentation will be focused on a complementary information that we heard this morning. We have heard about many initiatives that UNESCO has already underway to help increase responses to very well perceived, understood risk that we have to documentary heritage. I will be talking about the UNESCO work on the policies. Policies are absolutely critical to enable these sort of initiatives to be successful in the future, to be well supported by the national governments and international organizations. So I'm speaking, as I said, in a capacity of the Preservation Subcommittee, also a PERSIST project that is under the same subcommittee at the moment, and in capacity as an expert in computer science and IT technologies. Just to give you first a brief overview of what we mean by documentary heritage and our practices in preservation. So we have already heard the importance of having past records and learning from past experiences. So documentary heritage is considered any resource, any information that we need to pass on to future generations. So that can be books in the libraries or documents in the archives, but equally so, the modern technologies, databases, and content management systems that we are now using to collect information that we need. All of that, what is today, becomes a history tomorrow. So we are now talking about a really vast variety of documentary heritage. Now, we have seen that documentary heritage is important for disaster risk reduction. And because of that itself needs to be looked at very carefully. We need to understand how our methods in preserving documentary heritage also are subject to the risks that we are exposed to. So on both sides, on one side, documentary heritage enables us to be better in responding to risks, but it has its own inherent risks. So I will discuss this now first in the context of what we do when we do preservation. And this is the extremely simplified sort of workflow where we first identify what we want to preserve, then we engage in the preservation action. However, we often forget that preservation action is not one-off. We have already heard it has to be monitored, it has to be continuously maintained. And if we have just heard in the previous presentation, access to this preserved documentary heritage is absolutely key, because only when we act on it, only then we complete the impact of our efforts to transfer the knowledge to future generations, present and the future generations, to respond to whatever we need to. So we are now already seeing that I put here in a big blue rectangle that while we are really working hard on the selection and preservation, we need to be ready for long-term commitments, because this is not an action, it is a process. And transferring knowledge for the future is for the future, and is forever. So all this is a daunting task. We now have made big progress, and I will now discuss what we have done so far. First of all, we have now experience, we have practices in place. And here I have simplified a discussion of the practices, just looking at 3 different types, because they have very distinct challenges. We have heard a lot about documentary heritage in a physical form, and those are different types of physical forms. We are talking about a different medium in which we store this information. The physical form, normally we subject either to conservation of original artifacts. So we have a manuscript, we then do our best to conserve it and preserve it in the original form. But then we also do digitization, because the digitization then is almost it's a backup, if you wish. It's a representation of the original that then we need to further maintain to pass to the future generations. Yeah? So digitization is one of the risk reduction strategy. Now we are still dealing with intangible cultural heritage, which has not been documented yet. So we need to be cognizant that we are now being reactive to kind of deterioration, aging, and a sort of risks of losing what we have in the form of languages, practices, customs in cultures that do not have physical artifacts that represent them. More and more, we are using digital technologies to do that. So I just want to be going to highlight this. And then, of course, then we have a born digital documentary heritage. This is what we have created for the past 50 years when we first adopted computing technologies in our everyday life. And that's accelerating rapidly. UNESCO already has guidelines for selection, for example, of a digital documentary heritage. They have been published and they have been disseminated in multiple languages. It came out of the PERSIST project as part of the preservation subcommittee now. And so we have made progress in practices. Now, our job now is to think about how to promote these practices at a global scale. And again, UNESCO in 2015 released recommendations. This recommendation for preserving documentary heritage in all forms, analog and digital. This document is extremely valuable, and this document is the foundation for our further work on policies. I will just now show you, if you look at this section 4 in that document, it already lays out very nicely the foundation in all aspects of preservation. Starting from the preservation practices, understanding what are the costs and how the long-term maintenance can be supported by the national governments, how we can optimize the cost and how we can, through partnership, achieve the capacity to act. All of that is already set up. On the right-hand side, you will see there is also information about legal frameworks, because even when we're preserving documentary heritage, those are maybe books, there are authors, there are copyright issues, and there are retention issues. All of that needs to be put in place to enable libraries, archives, and museums and other memory institutions to act. Also important to encourage the partnership among the UNESCO organization so that they can complement activities, because documentary heritage is a fundamental part that informs the technology and science and education. So building on this, the question is, what we need to do next? And why are we now revisiting the policy and international agenda? Why are we seeking this international agenda? And the answer is simple. We are becoming faster in innovation. We have now global scale economy. We are connected at the world level. And that has implications on what we see in the world around us, and how things are done and how we need to adjust our action for both the preservation of documentary heritage and our response to disasters. Yeah. So just for example, to highlight, we have the speed at which the societal changes are manifesting themselves are also creating an urgency on us to act on preserving the cultures that are under danger, because we are seeing that there's more and more social phenomena that is passing and disappearing, and yet we need to be aware of the historical context in which certain phenomena happen. So we are being pressured because of this high speed of innovation and high speed of use of technology to rethink what our policies should look like. I should just emphasize that one biggest factor is the speed of innovation in technology, because every time we innovate and create new technology, we are suffering from obsolescence, meaning leaving behind the content that possibly cannot be accessed anymore. So all this kind of context encourages us now to think about how to formulate effective policies. And UNESCO has already taken the first big step, and that's understanding where our gaps are in existing policies. So in October last year, a UNESCO Memory of the World Secretariat and a Subcommittee for Preservation and Information for All project, we have come together to have a virtual dialogue and speak with practitioners about the issues they are facing and how we can then identify and build on the 2015 recommendation to put in place effective policies. So you will soon be able to read more about it because the report is coming out, but we have identified 4 major areas in which we would first look at the gaps, and these 4 areas were technology, sustainability, culture, preservation action, primarily on the cultural identities that are at risk, and of course the legal frameworks that are required. And as I said, you will be able to read more about it. I'm just putting here in examples of several of these gaps that we have identified. Just as an illustration, even when you are successful in identifying and preserving and say digitizing documentary heritage or cultural heritage, you still then need to worry about the access. And one of the 2 key issues that we have identified, that you have to be cognizant of the participants who are providing information that we created the digital documentary heritage about, and think about their rights for access, to control the access or the data sovereignty, and also protecting the access from unwanted access or digital trespassing that has not been given such an importance in the past. In the final part of my presentation, I'd just like to highlight a couple of things that are critical for our current discussion about disaster risk reduction, and is related to our practices. So digitalization is one aspect that, of course, is already accepted as a way for us to preserve the documentary heritage. But we are aware from our everyday experiences that digital is also subject to risks that unfortunately are not necessarily in the expertise or capacity of memory institutions to handle. We have already heard called for help because digital requires a specific expertise, and that expertise needs to be accumulated in collaboration with others. I just want to highlight here unique aspects of digital that we must take into account. And one is that digital content, whether it is digitized or whether it is about born digital, cannot be accessed unless we have software that's compatible to read it. So we are immediately talking about a long-term maintenance of enabling reading capacity, or we call them readers or software. Now, once you think about the software and software preservation, many memory institutions are already actively engaged in understanding what it means maintaining long-term software. We're immediately getting into problem with legacy operating systems, insecurity of the operating systems, and licenses, so that we can actually use this software for preservation purposes. And of course, then we have to remember how to use it. Again, in a previous presentation, we heard about how important it is to have access to data, to remember what happened in the past. Well, equally, we need to be able to remember how to use the software that we have used when we have done documentary heritage capture and preservation. So I would just like to close then with one final reflection on what it means for the disaster risk recovery in the context of our preservation practices. If we are truly committed that a digital medium will be the way that we will preserve whatever is in the physical form and make it accessible for the future, and then if we also commit to preserving documentary heritage that is already in the digital form, we really need to work with experts they have created the digital technologies that we are using. So I would just urge everybody to make sure that there is a good connection in all your projects, initiatives with the ICT experts, with the ICT industry, and whether we are talking about commercial producers of technologies, open source community, or researchers in academic institutions, they need to be around the table because they need to advise on what are the best ways to make sure that the digital lasts. They will also know what are the best ways to protect, because we are constantly fighting cyber attacks. So there are lots of practices already in place. So for the future, I would just say that both the policy and the action really calls for a global collaboration across sectors to address this global issue. Thank you.
Thank you as well. That concludes our first session. We are a little bit behind schedule, but I would like to just address two questions that came up in the chat that I do find important briefly to address these questions. And one is for His Excellency, the Minister Martina, which I would like to pose on behalf of the participant in the chat from Jajang Nurjaman, who asks, what does archives decolonization mean? Does it simply mean archives repatriation?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, repatriation to the source countries on basis of restoring provenance. That's what it means. That is what it means.
Okay, indeed. Thank you for addressing that question for us, Your Excellency. And we have one final question before we break, and this one is posed to Ms. Freiling, who just presented. And this question comes from our chat and asks, what are the risks of digital management of archives? How can we fight against digital obsolescence?
Yes, I would be very pleased to reflect on this. The digital obsolescence is something that we live with, and we have to continue to live with it, because digital obsolescence is the consequence of innovation. So we will not be able to stop innovation. We don't want to stop innovation. The innovation is coming now in the digital form. So all we do now is determine the best practices and the action, so that our efforts on preservation is also constantly mirrored by our actions on long-term maintenance.
Thank you, Ms. Freiling, for addressing that question. And we, as I said, will continue to gather your questions and address them a little bit later in the day. For now, we have the opportunity to take a break till about 2 p.m. local Paris time, when we'll get an overview of regional and national efforts. So do come back for that. We look forward to seeing you then. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a good break, and we're going to get started right on with session 2, which is an overview of regional and national archives. This is an important piece of our first day. We mentioned that national and regional global level implementation is a focus that we want to implement in this day and tomorrow. So we'll get an overview now of where the regions stand. We have a series of speakers, and I would just remind each speaker to please be as concise as possible so that we can move through these presentations and also leave some time for some questions that might arise on our chat or here in our room. So with no further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker for this regional and overview of national activities. We have now with us Ms. Misako Ito, Advisor for Communication and Information at Unesco Bangkok, the Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education. And she's in charge of UNESCO's program on media development and memory of the world in Bangkok. So I hand the screen over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone who is in Paris. So yeah, let me start without further delay by sharing my screen. So I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So my presentation will focus on the Asia Pacific regions that we are covering for the memory of the world in Bangkok, and how we are implementing the Sendai framework for disaster risk reductions for safeguarding documentary heritage in the regions. So I will present first an overview of the documentary heritage in the regions, the threat to documentary heritage, and then I will give you I will present 3 examples of the project that we are implementing under the framework of Sendai framework for disaster risk reductions. And I will end my presentation by showing a video of one of the projects, which is called Women in History, and which tell the extraordinary stories of women who responded to crisis. And those stories are extracted from the Memory of the World International Register. So Asia Pacific is the regions with immense cultural, linguistic, economic, and political diversity, which is reflected in its documentary heritage. And the documentary heritage takes various forms like a palm leaf manuscript that you can see here. We have also a lot of stone inscriptions, especially in Southeast Asia, photograph, film, and audio record, as well as books and other form of written archives. If you look at the inscriptions from the regions, which are on the International Register of Memory of the World, out of 426 inscriptions, we have actually 109 coming from the Asia Pacific. Actually, we have 99 from the region itself, and plus 10 through the interregional joint nominations. And the majority of those inscriptions are manuscript, and we have a few like the inscriptions, stone inscriptions, and audiovisual heritage. We also have a very active regional committee for memory of the world. And under that framework, we also have a regional registration process. And we have 56 inscriptions on the regional memory of the world register. But as you all know, the documentary heritage is fragile, and it's threatened by a number of parameters, such as climate. We have a very hot and humid tropical weather, for example, in Southeast Asia, which damage the documentary heritage collections. The region is also prone to natural disasters such as earthquake, flood, tsunami. And when those happen, the documentary heritage is lost forever. They can be also destroyed or neglected. And also they are also facing problem with the outdated technologies. And here in the slide, you can see example of humid storage, which encourages mold and decay, vinyl disc, which is at risk in casual storage because of the obsolescence of technologies to access to the content. You can see also two glass plate negative with one water damage and another one with chemical damage that we called silver mirroring. So how are we responding to all these challenges? And we are using the framework, the Sendai framework for disaster risk reductions to apply to the area of documentary heritage. And I would like to present how we are responding to the different priorities, priority 1 to priority number 4, through the example of the project that we have in our region. So one, for the priority 1, we have been, which is understanding disaster risk reductions. In 2020, with the support of Japanese Funding Trust, we initiated the first survey of the memory of the world inscription in Southeast Asia, and which resulted in the state of preservation report. We had 30 collections which are inscribed on the memory of the world international registers in Southeast Asia, and out of them 28 were assessed against preservation criteria and also accessibility, as well as risk criteria. And if we look at the result of the survey, and one of the key findings is that, for example, for the question, has your memory of the world collection been affected or at risk from any of the following preservation issues? We see that the highest risks are humidity, moisture, and temperature, which is not really surprising in the regions. To another question about the training need, what training is needed to better manage the preservation and access of your memory of the world collections? We see that there is a dominance of digital heritage training, digitizations, database software, applied conservations, and disaster risk management. So we should, that means that we should leverage our effort to build more capacity and improve the preservation access to documentary heritage. This is another project that actually we will start over the next years, and I believe that we respond directly to the priority number 2 and number 3, of the Sendai framework on strengthening risk governance and investing in risk reductions. So the project is basically focusing in building the capacity for safeguarding documentary heritage at risk. And we have in plans a sub-regional training on applied preservation in cooperation with the National Archive of Japan, who will bring their expertise and their technologies to Southeast Asia. We will be working also on a toolkit for the preservation and access to documentary heritage at risk, including disaster risk reductions. And based on the toolkit, we will build an expert network who will be able who are ready to be mobilized to train the custodians and the institutions on preservation, access, and disaster risk reductions. So the model of the training is based on what has been undertaken by the expert hub of UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage Program. So we are trying to replicate the same model to documentary heritage in Southeast Asia. And finally, the project that I would like to present here respond to the priority number 4 of the Sendai framework on enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response and for building back better in recovery. And the project is called Supporting the Post-Disaster Recovery of Bagan through Photographic Archives in Myanmar. So if you look at the Bagan archaeological area and monument, it's now inscribed to the World Heritage List since 2019, and it's a significant site comprising over 3,500 monuments from the 10th to 14th centuries. But in August 2016, a magnitude 6.8 earthquake severely damaged over 400 temples, including the murals. So what we are trying to achieve in this photographic archive project is to digitize over 5,000 collections of the glass plate negative of prominent monuments across Myanmar, including Bagan, that we found at the Department of Archaeology in Yangon, and provide, so do some preservation work on those glass plate negative, provide access to them, and then use those glass plate negative for the ongoing site management and best practices conservations. And all these glass plate negative depict either the monuments, the relief, the painting, the statue associated Bagan and other sites across Myanmar. And it is a unique collections of national and international significance. But the collection is also at risk. That's why we have started and we have almost finished the work of preserving those glass plate negative. And those will be then made digitized and made accessible through a searchable database. And the objective of the project is also to build the capacity of staff from Myanmar who will be trained in best practices archival management, such as preservation, digitization, and record management. Then the archive would be made available to the public for research, educations, and the authenticity of the Bagan archaeological site is retained in the post-disaster recovery of the site through increased access to archive and documentations. So this, yeah, so this is the project that's unfortunately since the Myanmar coup, the takeover by the military governments in February. Unfortunately, the project is suspended now, but we hope to resume as soon as possible. And I would like to end my presentation by showing a video of our project, which is called Women in History, telling the stories of women's exemplary response to crisis through memory of the world. So I would like to invite the Secretariat in Paris to screen the video. And I thank you very much for your attentions, and I'm open for questions and discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ito, for that presentation and for that overview of the Asia Pacific region. We will move on to the next overview now to Latin America. And I'd like to welcome also joining us online on our stream, Ms. Sandra Moresco and Mr. Richanel Ansano. To introduce them, Ms. Moresco is president of UNESCO's Memory of the World Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean. And Mr. Ansano is now in his second term as vice president of the Regional Memory of the World Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, and they will give us the lay of the land for their region. I hand the screen over to you.
Hola, buenos días. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to share my presentation with you.
Bien. Quiero agradecer especialmente.
First of all, I should like to thank UNESCO and Memory of the World UNESCO and Faxon Banda and all of his team for everything that they've done to organize this, and particularly to Japan for their commitment to and continued support for the preservation of documentary heritage around the world. First of all, ever since the Memory of the World UNESCO Declaration, we've been looking at the situation and seeing how the COVID-19 pandemic could actually be an opportunity to offer greater support to documentary heritage. And remember that we see ourselves as stewards of the information of our documentary heritage. We started working in particular on two projects that we'd actually already envisaged. After some 20 years of MOLAC, we undertook a heritage on to take stock of documentary heritage and where we're at. And on the other hand, we were also thinking about developing an observatory concerning digital and documentary heritage in the Latin and Caribbean region. So let me start then, first of all, by giving you a little bit of the partial data that we had from the survey, which was a kind of stock taking of our documentary heritage as registered with the Memory of the World Register. The data is only partial. We had 78 responses out of 173 records. The survey was based on 14 different axes, and we felt that qualitatively and quantitatively it was very important to take stock of our documentary heritage. So let's go question by question. When we asked the question, has this documentary heritage been inscribed into any other Memory of the World registry? You can see the answers there. And when we asked what is the current situation of the way that this heritage is organized,
patrimonio ha sido totalmente catalogado.
It turned out that some 56% had been completely catalogued, and 17% had not yet been. Let me go back to the previous one. The question was asked as to whether this documentary heritage had been listed with any other registers apart from the international register. 20% had been catalogued at the national level. Some 23% had been also listed in international registers. When it came to the organization of this heritage, we came up with a few significant data, because we learned that 26.9% had been categorized up to the 80% mark. From there, let's look at some of the data about the updating of this information. And here we were able to check the answers. When we were looking at at not only the professional work, but all of the other associated work. And it turns out that 29.5% of the work had been digitized to at least 20%, but some 20% of the digitized work came into the blue category of at least 20% digitized. 12.8% had not been digitalized. Now, some might think that this is rather a low score compared with other results that we had through the survey, or if you compare with other kinds of heritage storage. But this is, I think, to be expected, and we do need to work more on it, at least in our region. Our next question was about whether there was a policy or program for long-term digital preservation, and more than 50% said yes, there was, with the 32% saying it was currently being developed and 16.7% saying no. When it came to preventative conservation and conditioning, environmental control, etc., to preserve this data, about 55% said that at least twice a year this happened, whereas 32% said at least once a year these preventive operations were undertaken. Another question was about access to the documentary heritage. And we are wondering if there was any impact after having been included on the Memory of the World Register. Some 62% said that yes, there had been an impact after having been included on the register, with some 37% saying no. But in the Museo de Palabra e Imagen in El Salvador, they were saying that there had been more consultations by researchers. Moreover, there had been an access had increased, especially as concerns incorporated and institutional repository access and greater access to researchers. This is from the Argentina University of La Plata.
Bien.
The next question was about the registration of or the record of the documentary heritage, wondering whether there had been an impact on the institution ever since its registration on History of the World. And the answer was absolutely overwhelmingly yes, with nearly 95% saying yes, that there had been an institutional impact. And I just wanted to give you a couple of examples about this. For example, from the Ibero-American University Center for Documentation and Studies in Montevideo in Uruguay said, yes, there had been, because it gave greater visibility, a bigger profile to and prestige to the collection worldwide. In Jamaica, the Archives and Records Department said that it had provided greater relevance in supporting the role of archives and records management. And finally, in the Historic Archives of Medellin in Colombia, had said that it meant that there was some institutional strengthening when it came to consolidating the archives as a project for recovery of official memory with more than 25 years of history. So registration meant that management and institutional concern for safeguarding the few Calibo archives that were still available in Colombia could become a focus. So those are some of the examples that I could show you. And so this, I think, shows exactly where we're at with from an institutional side as to the importance placed on documentary heritage and the impact on them ever since registering with World of Heritage.
Information that we're gathering through this survey will be the first database that we'll use for the observatory. We travel now explain. An observatory on documentary and digital heritage of Latin America and the Caribbean. First of all, let me reiterate my thanks to Japan for the support it lent us in creating this observatory. The project will contribute to the implementation of UNESCO's 2015 recommendation on the conservation of and access to a documentary heritage, including digital documentary heritage. Through the database on a digital platform that can be fed, that can be complemented on a collaborative basis, will make it possible for us to monitor specific information to evaluate the current situation of digital and documentary heritage. And this will include all of the memory institutions, whether they're in the MOW register or not. So we think that we will thus have an area for multiple participation in this, because we feel a need to have greater knowledge on the existing heritage, to build bridges with the institutions responsible for those heritages, and to draft a strategy to determine what heritage is facing risk. We'll have a database on the digital platform. The platform will make it possible for us to obtain and monitor specific information in order to evaluate the current situation regarding digital and documentary heritage. The project will be carried out in Latin America and the Caribbean, although it could take on information from any other region, and it invites the other MOW regional committees to take part. It will be involved in information training and an exchange of information. It's a space in which everyone can exchange resources and ideas in order to draw closer together, to build bridges. It will allow us to have a feedback loop for information, to have a real knowledge of the situation in documentary heritage, taking account of the qualitative and quantitative aspects, and therefore to make more exhaustive analyses of data. It will help us to create interinstitutional bridges. From the MOWLAC, we can have contact with many other institutions, but also the institutions can build links amongst themselves. The access to the platform will be free, and it can involve experts and institutions from all regions. It will promote spaces for debate and training from the observatory. That will be our educational role, and the institutions will have a sort of a window where they can have visibility. We intend to provide a window with notifications where the institutions can publish and publicize their activities, and the users can receive those notifications.
Pensemos en la encuesta que venimos desarrollando.
Now we've been carrying out a survey. To carry out that survey, we asked each of the institutions in the register for the necessary information. That information is indispensable to us. But the modality that we are applying to get that information will no longer be the same once there's an observatory, because we will send notifications out to the institutions whenever we feel that's necessary. We can update the information, therefore, that they provide, and this will give us an up-to-date database and up-to-date statistics. Now, we are currently developing an alert application on heritage at risk. The observatory will have an app, therefore, which gives rapid access to the platform and all the different functions of the platform. It will be basically an instrument for having access to alerts on threatened heritage. That would be the most important function of the app. That will enable the implementation of new technologies for access to information, which will encourage the younger generations to become interested in documentary heritage. That will help them understand at-risk heritage in a much more immediate way. It will be open access, universal access. The virtual observatory will stick to the UNESCO's technological specifications, and it will also use the style guides of UNESCO for the creation of sub-sites. We can consider that the planet has changed, so let's take this opportunity. We are defining strategies, and we are facing this new challenge whose objective is to protect documentary and digital heritage of the world. It gives me pleasure now to turn it over to the first Vice President of MABLAC, Mr. Ansano. He has the floor, and I thank you very much, Richanel Ansano, for coming.
I want to just add a few words to what our President Sandra said, just to show how the two projects are of special relevance to the Caribbean. There are many levels at which the relevance can be seen, and what tends to be very clear in the region is that we are small island development states, and small island developing states are have some special characteristics to take into account when we deal with the heritage institutions and with collections of memory. And some of these include the need to focus capacity building on institutional capacity rather than transferring skills and knowledge to individuals. One of the things that the observatory does and the questionnaire is to gather information that helps us see the state of collections and the state of institutions, so that we can actually work on that aspect of capacity building. Besides that, one of the big issues for small island developing states, and also an issue that's high on the UNESCO agenda for several years, is the situation of emergencies. With climate change, we've experienced in the region, for example, higher incidences of hurricanes and more intensity of hurricanes, flooding, but also of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, including tsunamis that are caused by these earthquakes. One of the things that then becomes important is to have regional and national strategies for dealing with emergencies. And at this moment, there are several regional, sub-regional activities directed towards that. There's a Caribbean-wide emergency network of memory institutions, and UNESCO has started some pilot studies to arrive at national disaster management plans that include culture, because most emergency plans deal with buildings, with infrastructures, and naturally with ways of preventing the loss of life. But next to that, there are many cultural collections that got lost in emergencies. And one of the biggest changes in how we deal with emergencies in the cultural sector through UNESCO has been how to see intangible heritage both as something that needs to be safeguarded against emergencies, but also something that can be used in times of emergencies. So the knowledge of building constructions, the knowledge of how to deal with trauma that people go through, these are all things that can be utilized within the situation of emergency. And from that convention, from the Convention for Safeguarding Intangible Heritage, we have learned in UNESCO programs dealing with memory institutions and with collections that those collections can also be used to respond, prepare, respond, and also recover from emergencies in ways that we hadn't thought of before. There are many examples of now within the pandemic how libraries have become active agents in providing community knowledge that's actually needed at this moment, both for educational purposes, but also even in situations where, for example, city planning needs to see the blueprints of an area in order to be able to respond effectively to the results of an earthquake or flooding. So besides everything else that the observatory and the questionnaire does is it works towards that institutional capacity building and seeing documentary heritage not only as something to be preserved and safeguarded, but something that can be involved and used actively in dealing with emergencies. One of the added benefits of the questionnaire especially has been that in the process of doing the questionnaires, we have had to update the contact information and the information about the collections that exist in the Caribbean, but obviously in the whole region. One of the things it has done for the Caribbean is that people who have been out of touch with each other within the network have been able to get back in touch with each other. The Caribbean is a zone where it's much easier, for example, to fly from Curacao in the Caribbean to Amsterdam in Europe than it is to fly from Curacao to Barbados or even Jamaica. It takes more time, it's more expensive, and still we're so close to each other and not able to connect very easily. Having the observatory and having the data that comes out of the questionnaire brings us closer, and this has happened in very concrete ways already, where some of us who have been involved in gathering the information from several islands were able to put people in touch with each other who needed specific types of information about preservation, but also about the origin of certain collections that were obscure for several people. So just in closing, one of the frameworks out of which we have been looking at the documentary heritage since we started these two projects is how to incorporate small island developing states as a framework, but also how to combine and learn from the different UNESCO programs and conventions, and that for a region where capacity of institutions is very small, you have to combine and work with all the conventions and programs of UNESCO. And these two projects have been key in helping us reach some of the goals that you would need to reach when you work out of such a framework. Well, thank you very much for being present and for listening to our piece, and we're open for discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ansano and Ms. Moresco, for that intervention, that joint intervention. And indeed, please do add your questions in the Q&A part of the stream you'll find. And of course, if there are any questions here in the room, don't forget you can also raise your hand. Let's get the perspective from Europe now with Mr. Harry Verweyen. He is the Executive Director of the Europeana Foundation, which supports memory institutions, museums, archives in their digital transformation. And he will discuss the role that digital transformation can play in a sustainable preservation framework. Welcome.
Thank you, Sumi. And hello to everyone, Your Excellence, Dr. Banda and colleagues here and online. I must say it feels good to be back in a conference room. It is interesting to meet people, to have lunch. Of course, things have changed, though. I'm now talking to 30 colleagues here in the room, while we have several hundreds online. So let's face it, things will change and continue to change, and things will not get easier. One of the things that we can already conclude today is the shared view about all the risks that we're facing, and not in the least of climate change. So I think it's only appropriate that the strongest brand in cultural heritage, which is undoubtedly UNESCO, convenes us here to talk about how we can jointly take an effort in becoming more resilient, because that's, I think, fundamentally what we're talking about. I'll be talking to you today as the General Director of Europeana Foundation. It's an independent organization tasked with running Europeana initiative on behalf of the European Union. And I will be approaching the problem space today from a digital perspective mostly. And I'm very aware that that's only a thin slice of the problems that we're facing. But that is really the approach that Europe has primarily been investing in. So I will be making the point that preservation in Europe has mostly been approached through valorization, access as its key driver, and that digital transformation is its main instrument. I think that's really what in Europe we've been taking that approach. But there are several things that we need to take into account. Digital can be part of the solution if we do that wisely, but there are also some very serious issues that we need to address together in order to transform into the world that we want to be. So let me first take you through a little ride on how Europe has approached and valued its cultural heritage. I think the main starting point, which is also very close to the heart of UNESCO, I'm sure, is that culture is not only yesterday and tomorrow, but today, promoting intercultural understanding and confirms cultural space at the heart of our policies. That is how the European Commission has framed culture all along since its inception. But what has changed over the past couple of years is that not only has it looked at the convening space and the social responsibilities that come with that mandate, but it has taken an approach to how important cultural heritage transversally throughout the agenda of Europe. Let me give you a couple of examples. Since 2018, when we celebrated the European Year of Cultural Heritage in Europe, these were the numbers that were presented. Cultural heritage has taken a place in the cultural and creative industries in Europe, where we employ 12 million people in this sector, and that's a growing sector. And not only is it a growing sector, but close to 20%, 1/5 of those people are of the age of 15 to 29, young professionals, the kind of people you want to see taking part in employment in Europe. Cultural and creative industries represent 4% of Europe's GDP, the gross domestic product. So it's become an economic commodity that is really, really important to Europe, besides all the social aspects that we've been talking about earlier. And I think that's significant because it means that Europe cannot take this for granted, that culture, as important as it's always been shouted about, will take also place in its policies, its frameworks, and in the financial frameworks that are necessary to rebuild back better. Now, what does that leave preservation? I would argue, and I know I will be taking a bit of a generalization here, that preservation wasn't very high on the agenda until April 2019, when the Notre Dame took fire. Now, of course, in our sector, preservation has always been an important factor, but it wasn't on the political agenda in a significant way until that point. And we've all seen how that was picked up in the media, in society, and in politics. And it is now, because of the transversal nature that I just described, also linked not only to the cultural domain, but also into the tourism sector and in other economic sectors. So digital transformation took center place in how Europe looks at preservation, valorization, and accessibility. How can cultural heritage become a valuable force in the society we want to build? There are two key frameworks that I want to mention in that context. The first one is Europe's Digital Decade, which outlines how Europe sees the digital future between now and 2030. And as a key part of that, the European Data Strategy. Now, I'll elaborate a little bit on both. Europe's digital strategy, Europe's digital decade, is really centered around the following notion that you see here on the screen. Through the convergence of the abundance of data, parallel computing power, and artificial intelligence, we will see the convergence of the digital and physical worlds. Now, this is me paraphrasing a lengthy European Union document, but that is what it comes down to. And as difficult as we've been told it is to have a memory, an active memory of all the disasters that we've had before, as difficult, I would say, it is to understand the difficulties and the disasters we might be facing in the next decade in this digital transformation. Because if these two worlds really collide, if this digital and physical world blend into one, then not only are we facing the disasters in the physical world, but equally in a digital world. We're always at risk, I think, in conferences of talking on a fairly high abstract level. So I want to also bring it back to the human dimensions that I think are critical if we want to talk about cultural heritage. So I'll just give you one example of the many of a digital transformation process we've been part of with the Europeana Foundation. So the gentleman you see here on the screen is Sir John Williams. He was the national and founding director of the National Library in Wales in Aberystwyth. He became that. He was a surgeon by trade. He became the director because he left as a legacy to Aberystwyth 2,000 manuscripts and 25,000 books from his own personal library. He was a prominent person, as you can imagine, in Welsh society. This was in 1926. This image, this oil painting, really no bigger than 1.10 meters by 1.20 meters, was digitized in the early 2000s through a Europeana project in about a megapixel picture, big enough to fill your screen as a screensaver. It was released into the public domain, and I think this is significant when we talk about access. By doing so, the National Library in Wales made it available for all kinds of creative reuse and other things. So what we see here is the work of a young graphical artist, an Italian woman named Erika Enzitari. She uses a little nifty tool called Spine Mesh, and she participated in a GIF It Up competition that Europeana organized in a couple of years back. So by doing so, she made John Williams in a strange digital way come alive, if you want. It had a new life, this picture, on the web. It got a mention in Wikipedia throughout this process. It got a manifest in IIIF, which makes it interoperable as an image on the web. And as such, the National Library of Wales has contributed to that new digital space that we're all building. But of course, that's great, but that's not the end of the story. There are many challenges that we're facing now. If indeed that abundance of data, convergence with computing power and algorithms create this new world, it needs to be powered also by an abundance of data. That's the second pillar of the European Commission vision. And that abundance of data is certainly not there. In Europe, we estimate we've digitized between 10 and 20% of our cultural heritage. And that's a long shot from being able to train algorithms on our own cultural heritage meaningfully, making sure that it's inclusive to all the people we want to make part in this cultural heritage. So the digital transformation that we're foreseeing, and this is the working definition that we work with at the Europeana, is taking that into account, a human dimension, not one where one size fits all. So we see digital transformation not only as the result of using digital technology, but also the process of using it. And it really is there to help an organization to thrive, fulfill its own mission, and meet the needs of its stakeholders. And finally, to enable cultural heritage institutions to contribute to the transformation of a sector powered by digital and the Europe powered by culture. Now here you will recognize a number of the things that Europe has vested its interest in policies, frameworks, and so forth, and recommendations. So I'm going to share with you 3 examples of projects that we're working in Europe to help that digital transformation in a positive way. Europeana existed since 2008. It was meant as a networked organization. We work with 4,000 museums, libraries, and archives across Europe. And it's really meant to build the capacity within the institutions themselves. So that's also where the preservation holding copies still reside. Europeana only takes a link to the original. And I think that is part of the preservation strategy that we've always worked on. Whether that's sufficient in the future is really very much up for debate. So where Europeana has invested in frameworks, in tools, in standards, and through that accumulated about 60 million digital objects in a database available via websites, APIs, Sparkle endpoints for linked open data. We have not yet fully grasped the potential that we see with artificial intelligence and machine learning. So for this, I'd like to point your attention to another initiative that is a partner project of Europeana called Time Machine. And Time Machine is really the R&D lab of digital cultural heritage in Europe, in my opinion, really specializing in using machine learning algorithms to really massively boost the amount of data that we can make available. Big data of the past is how we're talking about it. And through that, enabling smart cities, regions, and so forth to really build their own narratives using cultural heritage in that digital space. And finally, and I think this is the project that is most closely tied to preservation, the competence centers, 4CH is the project. It's in its infancy stages, but what it aims to do is build competence centers across Europe to be able to do exactly the things that we've talked about. How do we create a register of all the knowledge available for preservations to be better anticipate disaster? Where do we go to when disaster hits us? Can we create a cloud space where we can hold 3D representations of buildings that we didn't have when the Notre Dame caught fire? So in short, I think these three projects, while working together, will be able to support the agenda of Europe in its digital transformation. But what it won't do is able to solve the big risks that we're all facing through climate in particular. For that, we very much rely on the cooperation with you, with Unesco, to make sure that when frameworks are being designed, that we can support it with the frameworks that we've already developed and also learned from you in order to better protect us in Europe. So finally, and this is really my final remark, is we're becoming increasingly aware that while digital may have some really positive effects on how we can counter climate change, it also has, and there's an increasing awareness of that, its own carbon footprint to deal with. Just to give you an example, currently data centers take out about 3% of all the energy consumption in the world, which is already significant. But studies show us that of course, through that digital transformation, that will grow to about 20 or 25% of energy consumption in the next couple of years, unless efficiencies, of course, are being implemented. So this is something that we're grappling with at the moment, and we'll be extremely grateful for any of your comments and suggestions on how better to deal with that. So I congratulate again the equipe from Faxambanda for bringing us here together, and we hold ourselves both responsible and available for a constructive dialogue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verween. And indeed, we are keeping our eye on the chat and the Q&A box to see if you have any questions for our speakers. I will also always be scanning the room. Please do feel free to raise your hand if you have a question, and we will take that into account and try to put those directly to our speakers. Since I don't see any questions at the moment, I'd like to move on to our next speakers, part of the regional overview that we're continuing here in this session. And we can get the perspective from Africa now. I would like to welcome Mr. Papa Momar Diop and Mr. Lota Jordan here with us at UNESCO headquarters to continue with their presentation. Now, Mr. Diop is Vice President of the International Advisory Committee of the Memory of the World Committee, and Mr. Jordan is the Vice Chair of the International Advisory Committee of the UNESCO Memory of the World Program. I should mention, of course, that Mr. Diop was also the Director of the Senegal National Archives. Mr. Jordan will begin.
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and hello to everybody in the world. Dear Sumi, thank you for your kind introduction. You see my email address. This is more said to the people who would take part via Zoom on the bottom of the slide. So if you have any questions that cannot be answered today, which concern the Subcommittee on Education and Research, please send me an email wherever you are. I will try to answer your question as soon as possible. So this is a very short introduction to the real presentation our colleague Papa Momar Diop will give in a very few minutes. I just wanted to show you the genesis, the context, and the frame and the cooperational aspects of this guide for documentary heritage in Africa concerning disaster risk reduction. Now, there were two events and one publication that inspired us to go forward. The first was a ICOM South-South meeting. ICOM is the International Council of Museums. South-South Dialogue in Sao Paulo 2013. In a workshop there with the African colleagues, I learned a lot about emergency situations and the need for emergency plans in Africa, but I had only a very vague idea at that point of time what one could do. And what I really pushed forward was the first Global Policy Forum here in Paris in 2018, which really was a breakthrough in the push forward to come to a real project. And the publication that was inspiring was ICOM again, was a little publication, 95 pages, made by ICOM Germany, the National Committee of Germany for ICOM, a preventive conservation, a guide in 2014. And bringing that together, we very soon considered to provide a guide or try to bring forward a project on disaster risk reduction in Africa. And within 2 months after the Global Policy Forum here in Paris, we came to a kind of cooperation. And I was very happy that as well the Subcommittee of Technology, which today is called the Preservation Subcommittee, and ACMO, that is the Regional Committee for Memory of the World in Africa, agreed to cooperate 2 months after the Paris meeting in December. And this is just the top of our draft in 2019. And I think it was new that 3 committees, 2 subcommittees into 1 regional committee agreed to cooperate. And I'm very pleased and thank Unesco very much and Faxon Bender and his team that they gave us an opportunity to meet. I mean, the representatives of this meeting, Aparna Tandon and Jonas Palm, we haven't been in 1 room since many, many years. It's very good to see you and to continue with our project. Now, the next step was considering UNESCO Priority Africa to create a working group Africa, the working group of the Subcommittee in Education and Research, which should carry in a way this project, but should be sustainable. That is, if the project is ended one day finally and successfully, this working group can continue to follow other tasks that are important for education and research on memory of the world and documented heritage in Africa. So this working group at this point of time prepares a guide, and I can head over to my colleague Aparna Tandon. It's a very good coincidence as he's not only an active member of the subcommittee on education and research, but as well a very active member of ACMO. So his the left hand is education and research and the other is Africa. You have another hat on, I know that, in the IEC. But and he's a president of ACMO. That makes things even easier for us. Thank you.
Monsieur le Ministre,
Minister, dear colleagues, head of unit for head of documental heritage, I would like, first of all, to thank UNESCO via the communication sector and the documental heritage unit respectively, and also to thank the Japanese people and government for all of the support that they are giving to us in a specific way in terms of the Memory of the World program, and then more generally as well. I'd like to thank all of Dr. Banda's team for really having gotten down to work in organizing this forum, of course, and also for generally making our lives easier. I would like now, after the introduction that was made by my friend Lothar Jordan, who is president of Square, of which I am also a member, and I'm taking the floor in that capacity, and also as head of the African Regional Committee for the Memory of the World. And I'd like to talk to you about the management and risk minimization of catastrophe on document heritage in Africa. This is part of the Memory of the World project. So here is the outline I'd like to suggest. First of all, there will be an introduction. Then I will come to the first part on the spirit of the February 2019 memorandum. Lothar Jordan already talked to you about the cooperation that we had between
the subcommittee for presentation called Scott at that time, which was chaired by our friend Jonas Palman, who was with us, and then with Square and Atmov. So there was a memorandum, which I will be telling you more about. And it goes back to February 2019, as I stated. Right. And then I will be telling you about the Square Working Group for Africa, the Square WGA. Then I'll tell you about how that working group is getting on. And finally, we'll have a brief conclusion.
Alors, en introduction,
So,
nous pouvons dire
by way of introduction, we could say that natural catastrophes or catastrophes which have other causes are virulent and bring about mass destruction of documental heritage. In the African framework, we could take, by way of illustration, some of the recent fires which took place in memory institutions like university libraries in Cape Town in South Africa or Makerere in Uganda. Next slide, please. Hundreds of linear meters of documents were reduced to ashes in South Africa and in Uganda, and also in Senegal, my own country, where archival centers of the organization responsible for these in Senegal also caught fire. And still by way of introduction, it is more than ever urgent for archival services, libraries, and museums to set up strategies and management tools, as well as tools to prevent catastrophes, or to protect against catastrophes, rather, whatever nature they may be. The World Memory Program has understood this and started a first forum on such policies, whose subject was reduction and management of catastrophe risks for sustainable preservation of documental heritage, which was held at UNESCO headquarters on December 11th, 2018. And a second such conference is now being organized. And so it is to keep up with that program that the subcommittee on education and research, ARCMO, and the subcommittee on technology, which today is the subcommittee on preservation, decided to make their own contributions. They signed on February 22nd, 2019, a conceptual memorandum organized around the idea of a guide on these issues, so as to contribute to the promotion in Africa of risk management and catastrophe management concerning documental heritage. Let me now go on to the first part of my presentation as such, the spirit of the February 2019 memorandum. The first and the second fora are being organized in the framework of the 4 Sendai priorities. We talked about those earlier, 2015 to 2030. And these are spaces for meetings and exchange of experience, of best practices on the management and reduction of catastrophic risk. This morning's panel, well, actually, it's this afternoon's panel, really, is dealing with Sendai priority number 1. Understanding catastrophic risk and investing in its reduction for greater resilience, so as to help UNESCO to elaborate a strategy for the sustainable preservation of documentary heritage The draft guide, which is the subject of our presentation, is part of this overall approach for Africa. The first World Policy Forum on the reduction and management of catastrophic risk for sustainable preservation of documental heritage and the expectations which flow from this were at the root of Square's wish to work on this issue, focusing now on Africa. There are two basic ideas in play here. The first is that catastrophic risk for documents and the preconditions and experience necessary to deal with these are different from one region to another. The second is that catastrophic prevention and emergency intervention when catastrophes do occur should not be separated. Planning and action should go hand in hand. As a result of this, Square, Scott, SP, and ARCMO have agreed to explore the possibilities for launching a draft guide on preventive conservation and on catastrophe prevention concerning documental heritage in Africa. Among the different specificities of this guide, we should find, inter alia, one, a combination of specific and relevant technological information on the types of catastrophe which would help to elaborate policies so as to contain or reduce the dangers of loss of documentation, taking account, of course, of real specific situations. These contexts can be political, economic, cultural, or educational. The second idea concerns proposals on the way in which activities and planning can be shaped. This activity is the result of innovative cooperation between the subcommittees concerned in memory of the world, Square, Scott, and PSC, and the Regional Committee for Africa, ARCMOF. So the Working Group for Africa has been put in charge of appropriate research necessary to put together this guide. So let's have a few more words about the Africa Working Group. Being a member of the committee, and at that time also Vice President of ARCMOF, we were appointed to work on the creation of the Working Group for Africa and to be its coordinator, taking account of the different approaches to sub-regional representation and also language and gender considerations. The makeup of such a working group was a somewhat laborious undertaking. At the end of the day, we were able to put together a group of 7 members, which was finally reduced to 6 because one colleague stepped down. So the Working Group for Africa is presently made up as follows. Ms. Esther Olembe, who is Directress for the National Archives of Cameroon. Ms. Lydia Waithira Muthuma, who is Professor at the Technical University of Nairobi, Kenya. Mr. Apollinaire Tokanchi Gabwigidi, who is a documentary engineer and specialist in management of electronic data, who is from Cotonou, Benin. Professor Elisam Magara from the Library and Information Science School at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda. Professor Seni Muimi, who is Research Director for Civilizations and the History of Ideas at the Institute for Research in Human Sciences at Abdul Mamouni University in Niamey, Niger, as well as your devoted servant, Papa Mamar Diop. I am a member of the committee and president of the ARCMF and coordinator of this group. And here's the second part,
le groupe de travail square.
the working group. During the first meeting of the group, the February 2019 memorandum was gone over very closely, and it increased or stepped up the activities it contemplated. So we increased, if you will, the scope of the memorandum, and we added certain new aspects to the elements that were already proposed. The mandate or terms of reference cover four main tasks. First of all, to think about the reduction in management of catastrophic risk in Africa, and to implement a project for preventive conservation and prevention of catastrophes to documentation in Africa, a guide by memory of the world. The second term of reference is to contribute to the development and strengthening of education and research on the memory of the world and heritage in Africa. Thirdly, to reflect on possible synergies between documental heritage and other forms of heritage, in particular, intangible heritage, for instance, oral traditions in Africa, which is a very, very important aspect because, as you know, the African continent is basically a continent of oral tradition. And oral tradition is a very important share of our collective memory. Since its inception, in December 2020, the working group has had 4 meetings online. During those meetings, the members thought to a considerable extent about the content of the guide and agreed on the way in which it should be drafted. The table of contents has 3 main parts: an introductory part, a section on the 10 main risk factors in Africa, and a last part on specific conditions for different forms of documentary supports. The time which we have today does not, unfortunately, allow me to go into detail on the subheadings. By way of working methodology, the 6 group members have shared out the different chapters or headings of the table of contents to undertake bibliographic or webographic research, inquiries on the ground, and using questionnaires. To conclude, we hope that we'll be able to finish our work and present the manuscript of the guide to the committee sometime between the middle and the end of 2022. This could seem to be a long timeline, but given the speed at which we are going forward and all the different constraints that we are confronted with here, and which we cannot spell out at greater length here and now, it seems to us to be a reasonable time frame all the same. So I have concluded my presentation, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Papa Momar Diop and Mr. Lotayoren, for your intervention. We have one more regional overview before we take a break and go to national overviews. And I'd like to welcome coming now to the stage, Mr. George Awad. He is the Communication and Information Program Officer of the UNESCO office in Beirut.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends and partners who are present here or following us online. It's like everyone else, it's good to be back to headquarters after this time, and hoping that we will be taking advantage of those 2 days together, of course, for the best outcome possible. I will be going through my presentation about the regional, the Arab region perspective, looking at 4 main items within the agenda. One is the state, the current status, giving a second few figures and facts from the region, looking at a sample of challenges and opportunities, and concluding by responses and initiatives, that's among others, of course. When we talk about the status, the heritage within the region is not in a lot of countries that are not really protected in terms of legal frameworks, rather than relying more into some international regulations. Of course, some exceptions that and work that has been done is cut a couple of examples in Qatar and in Morocco. Another issue which is as well facing many countries is stealing and destruction of the heritage, and that's been seen in cultural institutions as well as universities. And maybe the first country would come to our mind in this case, unfortunately, is Iraq, and it's been going through from again stealing and destruction. That's of course not to mention again the absence of the legal basis for recovering the cultural artifact. Another issue is within the region, a lot of private libraries exist, and a lot of them are family owned. Here where maybe it's enriching, of course, the heritage and the documentary heritage. However, we're facing an issue of accessibility being within the family ownership. So it's from one aspect difficult to access, and at the same time, again, because of being afraid of the sharing aspect, it's make it as well difficult to estimate the number of manuscripts that are available on those countries. And Mauritania is one case, to an extent in Lebanon as well, is another example. Another case or point is the role of the national libraries, which has a critical role in many countries in preserving the documentary heritage. And to an extent that as well, it's being used for the National Archive. Jordan, Morocco, and then Mauritania are examples on that. Again, going back to the maybe the concerns and problems is when we look at in many countries, they're experiencing the issue of securing financing. And I think here maybe we're going with that point beyond the Arab region, but nevertheless, in talking about the Arab region, securing financing is an issue. Technical resources, manpower are very critical to and in need in terms of preservation as well as protection and restoring. So and particularly in a majority of countries, however, in particularly we talk about the countries that are in crisis or in conflict, and a lot of them unfortunately within the region, whether Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. So in this case, there is always or the importance of having the establishment of a unified definition, a common understanding on the status of documentary heritage. And that's nowadays, and previously in the previous presentations, it was mentioned as well, going beyond the standard and the museum tangible definitions, going into more intangible safeguarding. Again, talking about the status and what's happening, we cannot bypass what happened, unfortunate, to Lebanon and to the massive destruction and the Beirut port explosions that really affected the whole city with all its sectors, and of course, in particularly when we talk about archive and documentary heritage. This is, you know, part of the photos that's been that were whether the circle or the outreach of the explosion to some samples of the heritage buildings that were destructed, and that's it was an immediate action for UNESCO and our Director General that after a few days, 3 days, she was in Beirut to support and launch one of the initiatives for Beirut initiatives working on safeguarding and restoring the heritage sites, as well as, of course, schools that were affected as well and destroyed. Archive institutions were as well had a big chunk of the damage, whether from and these were distributed in Lebanon between some non-for-profit organizations, some religious archives, as well as through universities in this regard. And here we're seeing a few of the photos from the Greek Orthodox Archive and the Arab Image Foundation, which really got affected, and a lot of damages. Another issue or another axe was the libraries from, and this is distributed between municipality libraries to, of course, the National Library has as well part of the section was damaged, going all the way through school libraries and libraries that really have their rare collections. Again, besides the libraries, the government bodies as well had their share here through those pictures. Is their picture from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where it has the heritage, one of the heritage building, the one in the middle, as you can see, and besides the building by itself as well, their archive and the documentation through the ministry. That's it's really you know, the ADG as well was in Beirut. It was really a scene that was got us all affected by seeing all those documentation and on the whether on torn or half burned or just piled in different and worse conditions. Some facts maybe and figures from the region, starting from what we saw in Lebanon. Through the blast, there was over 650 heritage building damage, where out of that 85 were in heavily damaged, with an estimating cost of $200 million for that. another main library, which is the Oriental Library at the St. Joseph University, again holding over 250 graphic documents, was really as well was affected by the blast, but unfortunately, or fortunately, sorry, it was more of a minor effect, and it really didn't have a major damage on the document. Especially, it holds a lot of documentation that goes back to the 19th century from not only Lebanon but Syria, Egypt, and part of Armenia as well. The Arab Image Foundation as well was lucky enough to safeguard its over than 500,000 photographic object with only 3 that were damaged. However, their site, their cold room, and a lot of the infrastructure was damaged at their site. Another site that was really affected in Lebanon was the Sushuk Museum, which was from the not only from the physical, its ceiling, and from the construction and the building point of view. However, as well, there was the artworks that are there, 57 out of the 130 that were to certain various degrees damage. And one of the major portrait that goes back to the 1930, unfortunately, it was as well damaged and ripped off within that museum. Some other facts or figures coming from a survey that was done by a project between Unesco and Qatar National Library within the region, and with that part was led by our Doha office. It was, surveyed for 520 replies coming from 19 countries. Within that, we had 60% of the institution really declared, having their difficulties in terms of restoring material and buying the restoring material, especially they're coming from abroad, and 84% they declared of the answers were the need for training and on digitalization in particular. 52% were the answers we got talking about were we are living in a danger financial zone, not only from the security, on the financial zone, and that's again raising 48% of the threat in the past years on their collections. And not to mention that 23% of the answers were that the collection was during those years has been stolen or looted. Another figures came from which maybe it has the two-sided thing, where when we talk about 80% of the answers in regarding grants and help coming from non-government organizations and international organization, so which is good in a sense of this high percentage. However, maybe on the other hand, that gives, or it was as well another indication where in some of those countries, the lack of the in-house, if you're going to say, or in-country support from the government. In terms of access as well, we had there was a issue in terms of access in few countries where for two main reasons. One is the fact that the heritage documents are somehow placed under different authorities or different government bodies. So it's always this conflict between the two. The other challenge was.
Oui, vous voulez que je vous donne mon adresse? Vous voulez que je vous donne mon adresse perso? Pour faire le ménage à la maison? Vous voulez pas? Bon. Non, c'est pas gentil quand même. Hein? Merci pour la proposition. Ah bah écoute.
Another fact was the presence of the audiovisual documents, that documentary heritage that's somehow, or in some areas or countries, somehow not really given the importance and really of that. So 14% were audiovisual documentary heritage. One of the, again, maybe scary thing is when we talk about 70% of response coming that simply we don't have enough space to store the collections. It's not like we don't have a collection, or we're not talking about treating them. We're talking about the basic of place to store that. And to an extent even worse, we're 78% talking about lack of the basic furniture, cabinets, shelves, or others to really house those collections. 80% of the responses also, they had a lack of equipment for monitoring temperature, humidity, and more than or around 80% as well the issue of or the equipment related to light or UV levels. Now we're talking about all this, but there is a fact that the Arab region really is a home of incredible documentary heritage. However, it really suffers from disasters, conflicts, instability, and that's where really putting those institutions in a place where they're not really well equipped to face all that. Of course, again, this is not to mention the fact that lack of, in some countries, for the legal framework and the government support. 48% consider themselves that really they're living in a danger and high risk disaster zone. And 43% they talked about their collection that has been impacted or threatened in the past 10 years. So 43%, as if we're talking about over 43 million items of the documentary heritage that have been affected in the past 10 years. I think we're running out of time. All right, I'll try to wrap in that, and of course we will be sharing the full study with you. However, I will just maybe jump into just to conclude with some of the items that are really, of course, relating to our conclusion now. Is when we talk about 74% of the responses, they don't have a disaster and emergency preparedness plan, and 82% of those, they don't even have trained staff for that for the past 5 years. So here again, there's an important issue that really needs to be integrated maybe and into within the last recommendation. I will stop here and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Awad, very much. Indeed, we are a little over time. We will take a break before we hear national presentations from China, India, and Egypt. So please join us back here 10 past the top of the coming hour. And if you have any questions in the meantime, you can of course address them in the chat. We look forward to seeing you back here at 10 past the hour. Three countries. And I would like to begin, and again, remind you that you can at any point add your questions into the Q&A function in the Zoom webinar. I'd like to begin by welcoming to the screen our first speaker for this national overview. Mr. Wang Shuazhang is the Deputy Director General of the National Archives. Excuse me, my mic fell out there for a moment. He will be speaking with us through the assistance of a translator, Mr. Pei, who is seated with Mr. Wang. So I hand over the screen to you to discuss China's overall COVID response. I believe, Mr. Wang, that you are still muted.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，
等会儿，稍等。
怎么了？
可以了，刚才没有声音。
好。
Is that okay?
尊敬的日本国立公文书馆馆长龟千勋先生，国际档案理事会主席大卫·弗里克先生，女士们、先生们、朋友们。
Mr. Karo Kamati, President of National Archives of Japan. Mr. David Fricker, President of ICA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
很高兴出席第2届世界记忆项目全球政策论坛。我代表中国国家档案局对这次大会的顺利举办表示热烈的祝贺。向为筹备这次论坛而付出大量辛勤工作的联合国教科文组织世界记忆项目秘书处的同仁表示真心的感谢。应论坛之邀，下面我将中国档案工作在新冠肺炎疫情期间的举措和经验做简要介绍。由于语言的原因，下面呢，请我的同事李文邓女士代为发言。谢谢大家。
It gives me great pleasure to attend the second Memory of the World Global Policy Forum. On behalf of the National Archives Administration of China, I wish to extend my warm congratulations to the successful convening of the Congress, as well as our heartfelt thanks to the colleagues in the Secretariat of the UNESCO Memory of the World Program, who have worked so hard to prepare for this forum. At the invitation of the second Memory of the World Global Policy Forum, I'm going to share with you practice and experience of China's archival work about COVID-19 prevention and control. For the reason of the language, I invite my colleague, Mrs. Wan Dongli, to read my presentations. Archives record the history, observe the reality, and enlighten the future. They are the genuine memories of human activities. China's archival departments attach great importance to the management, development, and access of archives about public health emergencies. During the prevention and control of COVID-19, China's archival departments collected and arranged all kinds of related material in a timely manner, and also conducted archives compilation and content mining, which is in turn accumulated experience and provided reference for decision-making and emergency response. In this way, we have gradually formed effective management modes of archives about public health emergencies. First of all, we have given full play to the role and function of archives authorities. The National Archives Administration of China is responsible for the overall planning and micromanagement of national archival corps, as well as supervising and guiding archival work of central and government departments and local agencies. On February 7, 2020, NAAC issued the notice on archival work in the period of COVID-19 prevention and control, requiring archival departments at all levels to well collect, arrange, and use archives in the epidemic prevention and control, giving full play to the role of emergency response archives for reference, including those formed during the battle against SARS. Local archives continue to provide access of archives through the network and other ways. Different regions and departments, especially health department, have provided easy access to research service for epidemic prevention and control, which effectively supported the work. China IPPR International Engineering Corporation Limited swiftly provided Wuhan with construction drawings and related material of Beijing Xiaotangshan Hospital during the battle against SARS, which played an important role in building an emergency hospital designed to treat patients suffering from COVID-19, the Huashensheng Hospital, within 10 days, helping Wuhan fight the epidemic. In March 2020, China's departments concerned transmitted the suggestion of National Archives Administration of China on archival work in the period of COVID-19 prevention and control, requesting archival authorities at all levels to form joint efforts to promote the archival work by planning, deploying, advancing, and implementing it with epidemic prevention and control simultaneously. Archival authorities at all levels should implement supervision and strengthen guide to the work about epidemic prevention and control archives, assisting management of these archives. Formed by leading group headquarters for the battle against COVID-19, it is required to formally collect and acquire documents and materials formed during the epidemic prevention and control at large, which come in different types such as text, graphics, pictures, audio, and visual archives. Archival authorities at all levels should arrange the accession of archives about epidemic prevention and control in advance, carry out in-depth explorations of the information resources in epidemic prevention and control archives, and effectively play the role of these archives in decision-making. The above two documents are important guiding documents for planning, deploying, and vigorously promoting the archival work on the prevention and control of COVID-19. NAAC has worked from the following two aspects to implement these two documents. The first is to set up online working group for epidemic prevention and control archives. We have guided the central state organs to determine requirements for filing scope and retention period of epidemic prevention and control documents, and urge all departments to duly carry out the collection and filing of relevant documents and materials. The second is to look into the deployment of local work timely. We have guided 31 province, autonomous regions, and municipalities to issue work plans for archives about epidemic prevention and control in their regions, and documents such as requirements for filing scope, retention period, and archives acquisition, and urge all regions to promote their work of epidemic prevention and control archives according to actual conditions. Next, we have conducted research and the construction on the management system. In the management of COVID-19 prevention and control archives, we need to improve the archive management system according to nature and the characters of epidemic prevention and control. In this regard, NAAC has done the following three aspects. Firstly, we carry out strategic research on management of emergency archives. At the beginning of outbreak of COVID-19, NAAC immediately organized specific working group to conduct research on the management of major events archives, summarize problems and difficulties in archives management of major events in the past, came up with a series of opinions and suggestions, such as improving mechanisms and systems and build information platforms. Secondly, we included management of emergency archives into the law. On June 20, 2020, the Archives Law of People's Republic of China, which was reviewed and approved by the Standing Committee of National People's Congress, specifies the management of emergency response archives. It clearly stipulates that it's necessary to establish and improve the working mechanism of collecting, arranging, preserving, and using archives related to emergency response, so that the working mechanism of emergency response becomes a statutory requirement in China. Thirdly, we issued special rules and regulations for management of emergency archives. In accordance with the requirements of Archives Law of the People's Republic of China and the needs of archival work about prevention and control of COVID-19 epidemic, NAAC issued order of the National Archives Administration of China, number 16, Administrative Measures for Archives about major events and emergencies on December 12, 2020. It provides the definition and scope of archives about major events and emergencies, clarify responsibilities and tasks of archival authorities, archives, and responsible departments, as well as requirements for archives management extra. In particularly, it makes institutional arrangements for the establishment of a list of tasks for major events and emergencies, early intervention mechanisms, and constructions of special database, providing systematic solutions for archives management and archival resource integration, development, and access. Furthermore, we have extensively collected epidemic prevention and control archives. China's archival departments at all levels endeavored to preserve relevant memories and the resources about epidemic prevention and control to the greatest extent. Apart from routine collection of archives, they have also adopted other ways to expand archives sources, including archives acquisition, social donations, and oral history collection. The first is to highlight the work of accession and acquisition to ensure complete collection and sound preservation of epidemic prevention and control archives. Most local archives invent relevant archival work in advance. They have accelerated the accession of these archives by ways such as allocating staff to help arrange archives and assist in digitalization. By the end of this year, archives at all levels in China will fully complete a session of epidemic prevention and control archives. The second is to collect archives extensively by releasing and forwarding targeted call for materials about epidemic prevention and control. Local archives collected relatively related materials broadly from all walks of life. Ningbo City in Zhejiang Province initiated an activity collecting grassroots vlogs which recorded the fight against COVID-19 in their everyday life. The Qingdao Municipal Archives launched the Set Out the Screen visual contest on the theme of national battle against COVID-19. Guangzhou City in the Guangdong province collected 100 pairs of handprints from the medical staff aiding Hubei province to fight against COVID-19. These archives not only record the real scene of epidemic prevention and control, but also enrich the archives collections. The third is to actively collect oral history. The archives in Nanjing, Xiamen, and many other places have carried out the oral history collection of medical workers assisting Hubei province and listed different interview outlines for each medical worker and recorded in detail the precious memories of medical workers, sacrifice, and contribution. Lastly, we have carried out national memory program of epidemic prevention and control. After more than a year's efforts, China's archival departments at all levels have collected plenty of archives about COVID-19 prevention and control. It's a new task to effectively collect these archives, exert their collective role to the fullest and comprehensively show the history of epidemic prevention and control. Recently, aiming at constructing national thematic archives memory, NAAC issued the working plan for epidemic prevention and control archives collection, which further clarified the requirements for the collection, management, preservation, and access of epidemic prevention and control archives. Meanwhile, NAAC published specifications for epidemic prevention and control archives, catalog, and data, which proposed the requirements for catalog structure and the format, data naming, and storage of the epidemic prevention and control archives. It provides foundations for local archives to promote the work of epidemic prevention and control archives according to unified regulation and standards. We plan to continue to promote the cross-domain, cross-regional, and cross-level integration of archival resources for epidemic prevention and control in the next few years, and complete the grand task of building a national level thematic archival memory as soon as possible. Continue to contribute to the battle against the epidemic for China and the world, preserving memory and enlighten the future. That's all for my introduction. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Wong and Mr. Pei and colleagues for the translation as well. Let's move right along to India. I'm happy to welcome now to the screen Mr. Ramesh C. Gaur. Mr. Ramesh C. Gaur is the Dean and Director and Head of the Kalanidhi Division at the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, also a member of the International Advisory Committee of the Memory of the World program at UNESCO. Mr. Gaur, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Shumi. Thank you, Dr. Bada, his team, Kenji, Mariama, and all colleagues for giving this wonderful opportunity, for making this presentation in such an important discussion. I will be speaking on disaster risk reduction, preservation, and digitization of archives in India. To begin with, last 15 years, I have been associated with different programs, projects on cultural heritage, both nationally and internationally. Last 30 years, I have been working with the libraries. Since morning, we have wonderful presentation, very important discussions, issues raised by various experts on safeguarding our cultural heritage, various kind of programs, project on disaster risk reduction. To that, I would like to add one more point for your attention, because this is a very important program. last over a few years, we have seen a kind of perception and mindset towards libraries, which is a little not very encouraging. Because of the digital revolution, many people have started believing that now everything is available on digital platform. What is the need of preserving, promoting libraries? And that is the reason libraries and archives all over the world have been facing a acute problem of funds and various kind of policies. So I think this platform also need to really look into that area, that if we have to preserve cultural heritage, because libraries and archives are the repository of entire cultural heritage. So we need to look into that area. And through IFLA, as a chair of the IFLA Advisory Committee on Cultural Heritage, I've been trying to promote that particular objective. When we talk about disaster risk reduction or safeguarding, there are various issues, and one of them is like preserving in original format and also the digitized and born digital material. So in this context, digital preservation has become very important component. And as everybody has mentioned, that the first step is the identification of the resources. So in small time available to me, I will try to present the various work done by the Ministry of Culture and the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts in preservation of Indian cultural heritage. When we talk about identification, 2018, I started a small project with the help of UNESCO New Delhi office for identification of the cultural heritage, the heritage which is in danger. And under that particular, we took up a project of mapping of archives in India. And in this context, a survey was done. It was a questionnaire-based survey and also some personal survey. And in this survey, we aimed to survey about 500 archives across the length and breadth of India. And we also deputed our team. But despite of our best efforts, we able to get only 90 filled in questionnaire. And on the basis of the data available in these 90 questionnaires, be able to get, this is just some of the glimpses of the work we have done. It's a complete directory is going to be published. A publication will be out soon in a few months' time. But the two important area which I want to highlight here is one, that during this survey, we asked the endangered document, and 55% of the people responded that they have documents which are in danger. And also 55% archives were identified with, they feel the need of having assistance in preservation. And when we talk about digitization of archives in India, about 58.75% archives have already started digitization, and another remaining 66.25% out of the 90 respondent are either in the beginning of they are doing some kind of initial work in digitization of the archives. But one thing which is common, which I would like to share, is that this digitization has not converted in digital access. So that's the one area which need to be looked into libraries and archives in India, because lack of good digital archiving system, many of the digitized material is lying in the servers or in the DVD and hard disk. There is lack of proper metadata and digital archiving over the internet or intranet. Now, when we talk about Ministry of Culture, the Government of India, most of the institutions which are responsible for preservation of cultural heritage comes under this ministry, and they are divided into three major categories: knowledge resource organization, tangible cultural heritage, and intangible cultural heritage. So the one project which is going on currently, which I would like to bring to your attention, that Government of India, Ministry of Culture has assigned a task of creating a single window access to Indian cultural heritage, which will provide information and digital access to the manuscripts available in Ministry of Culture institutions, rare books, various information regarding to monuments and arts and crafts. And also there is a plan to digitize, virtually create some kind of virtual museum by using augmentation reality, virtual reality. So this single window access to the cultural heritage in the process. Some work has already been done. You may like to have a look to that and also there is a different plan to have a virtual walkthrough and video setting, etc. Now, second important work which Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts is doing, we have been acquiring digitizing material from all over the places. And one of the most important project which I want to highlight, like Ms. Sako talked about manuscripts. India possesses over 10 million manuscripts as an estimate. And under this National Mission for Manuscript, we have done wonderful work. We have already documented 4.3 million manuscripts have already been documented. About more than 8 million folios have been conserved. About 600,000 manuscripts have been digitized. We have also conducted various kind of training. This organization worked through various kind of partner centers, Manuscript Partner Center in India, and also Manuscript Conservation Resource Center. So we have a very systematic plan of preservation and safeguarding the manuscript heritage of India, and we have been quite successful in even preserving manuscripts available with the individuals, like manuscripts are available with various institutions, individuals, religious institutions, temples, and other places. What here I would like to bring one very important point to the notice of all the people. Digitization is extremely important. It is very important for access, universal access, but at the same time, to maintain the authenticity and for long-term preservation, I think we need to look into the another important area, that we need to have microfilming as another substitute or another alternative. Not just alternative, we should go both digital and microfilm. At IGNCA, we are doing both. We have been digitizing manuscript as well as we are creating microfilm copies of the manuscript. That may be a good point for long-term safeguarding the cultural heritage. Besides, we have different kind of photographs, cultural archiving material. And in this regard, we have another very important project to make accessible the video recordings and audio recordings on cultural heritage. This National Cultural Audio Visual Archive, which has been created by IGNCA, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, about 30,000 hours of audio visual recording are already available, and we are using a good internationalized system of metadata and digitization. So anybody can access this 30,000 hours of audio video recording. Another 30,000 are being planned in the next year or so. Another important project we have created some because there are a lot of devotional music in India, and to provide access to single window access to devotional songs, we have been creating the various kind of this app has been created. With the help of this app, people can listen mantras, sukrotas, suktas, slokas, and various kind of artis and Guruvani and Sufi across all the religious audio video material is available on this particular. You all know that Vedas are considered the most ancient knowledge system in this country, and we have been creating a single window access to the Vedic traditions and in the name of the Vedic Heritage Portal. So all kind of information related to Vedas can be accessed through this Vedic Heritage Portal, which is accessible under open access. You may like to have a look to that. Then there are a number of other multimedia projects. We have been doing digitization of some World Heritage sites. We are also having a lot of multimedia videos or DVDs created on different aspects of, like Geet Govind is considered one of the most important valuable resource on Lord Krishna, and we have been created a multimedia. There are different kind of folk narratives from different regions, also different aspect of our cultural and tradition, and also there are efforts to create a portal of museums in India. There are proposals to create virtual museums and virtual galleries of all those museums. Some of the work, very important work is going on in National Museum of India, and we are expecting some virtual galleries very soon. There are some proposals to create a portal on artists. This is one of the example on this. We also trying to preserve maritime heritage because you know various kind of ancient cultural roots and maritime landscape. So under Project Mosam at IGNCA, we have been examining the key processes and phenomena that link different parts of the Indian Ocean. And also this will help in re-establishing various kind of communication between countries of Indian Ocean world, which would lead to enhance understanding of cultural values and concern at the micro level. So this is another project which I would like to mention. There are some other institutions who are also engaged in digitization, like this Granth Sanjeevani from Asiatic Society of Mumbai. There is a Delhi State Archive. There are a number of examples. Because of paucity of time, I may not able to include all those examples. In IGNCA is also the nodal center for UNESCO Memory of the World program. We are doing all kind of work, calling of the nominations and processes, etc. So to conclude, definitely when we talk about this disaster risk reduction, there is no comprehensive policy. There is no national policy, which India need to look into that. Not just India, but if I go across entire South Asia, we need to have a comprehensive policy on cultural heritage risk reduction. Also, digital preservation programs are lacking. We have been doing a lot of digitization, but because of lack of availability of good digital archiving softwares, we don't have a comprehensive digital preservation program. We also in the process of creating a national memory of the world researcher. And also there is a lot. See, one thing which I want to bring to your all attention, this UNESCO Memory of the World program belongs to the libraries and archives. And my experience with the libraries say there's a lot of need to create an awareness and training to these libraries, because most of these libraries are not aware importance of this program. This may be International Center on Documentary Heritage or various programs and activities under Memory of the World program, under Documentary Heritage program. That need to be publicized. That need to more publicity or more awareness need to be created. It is also important that at national level, we need to create a fund for disaster risk reduction, because we don't have many sources from where we can obtain funds for various kind of aims and to fulfill the aims and objective of this particular disaster risk reduction. And also there are a lot of needs to have some kind of legal deposit act, because there are a lot of legal issues, kind of misunderstanding or misconception about copyright and other intellectual property right concerning documentary heritage. So those also need to be properly, except Copyright Act, we don't have any other much required legal act to deal with particularly digital deposit or digital repositories. In that context, there's some work to be done, and I'm sure like in years to come this will be done. And I think my time is over, so I would like to stop here and again thank organizer for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gaur, for sharing the perspective from India. Our final intervention for today is a national intervention as well. We would like to welcome, joining us online as well, Mr. Abdelhamid Salah Al-Sharif, Chairman of the Egyptian Heritage Rescue Foundation and Manager of the Risk Assessment Unit in Disaster Risk Management Department at the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. And he will be speaking about rescuing documentary heritage in Egypt.
Thank you so much for this very decent and very nice introduction. I will try to go so fast and try to be brief. Actually, time is so limited. In general, I'm going to talk about documentary heritage in Egypt, but actually in a specific topic, which is rescuing this important heritage, not just for Egypt, but actually for the region and for many countries in the world, because we, in the last 2 centuries, we were helping a lot of our neighboring countries and also some other countries, and especially in Africa, that, to document their heritage and also to do their maps and their balance. However, this was the situation in the last 10 years in Egypt here, especially after the revolution of 2011, and a lot of heritage sites and a lot of archives have been attacked by bombing or by fire, and actually we lost thousands and thousands of our documented heritage. So this is institution, a scientific institution, which got burned in 2013, and it was really very dramatic, and we lost a lot. And this situation of many libraries here in Egypt that contain over 50,000 manuscripts from many centuries ago. And actually, if you see, it's attacked by a lot of microorganisms and insects there. Although they tried to store it and provide better circumstances for storage, but actually this was not enough to secure and to conserve this heritage. And this is, in many cases, is how the current condition left and attacked this many heritage. So also documented heritage in Egypt, not just in libraries, not just in archives, but actually in some heritage sites. You can see this is a museum of Abbasid mosque, and actually when some of the colleagues started to do some investigation there, they found a lot of people in 17th, 18th century, and actually also 16th century, wrote a lot of things in different language, in Latin language, English and French, Spanish also in German language, and of course in Arabic, a lot of words that related to religion or related to history or related to some things they asked or the God to hopes, actually. So this also need to be conserved at some point. However, until 2017, 2018, we were thinking mainly about response. Fire happened, we respond. Crisis happened, we respond. Whatever the hazard attack our heritage, we respond, but actually without a great or without an organized preparedness. But actually, since some years, we start to think more about mitigation, more about to be well prepared and better prepared, not just to wait and then respond like the accident that I just showed you. So I'm going to give a case study that we have done here, the Egyptian Heritage Rescue Foundation, in cooperation with the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, and to conserve one of very important documented heritage that belongs to the Comité de l'Arabe, which started in last century, 2 centuries ago, in 1882 exactly. And it was the first organized initiative here in Egypt to document our heritage, built heritage in Egypt, in Palestine, in Syria, in Libya, and also in Greece, and sometimes in Spain and Italy. And they left a lot of panels that document the situation there at that time, and also the intervention. It's located, this center, it's located in the Citadel since almost 30 or 50 years ago, and it has a panel that represent over 2,000 built heritage, as I'm telling you, not just Egypt, but also from the region. This was the situation. What we are seeing now in this photo, this was the situation how they stored it for years, and thanks to God, they still survived it until we went there. All these documents were not documented, and actually the majority were lost due many reasons, actually due to condition, due to storage, also sometimes due to theft. And this was the situation there, and this is, at that time, was the best way to store it and but actually all of these circumstances affecting very badly on the conservation of the panels. And as you see, sometimes also some people trying to intervene to connect, to bring the pieces together, but actually not using the right materials. And this is how was some of the post-intervention that happened to these panels and caused a lot of damage actually to the papers and to the documents. So we start to submit and work together with the ministry and do initial survey in order to have at least a basic inventory to know how many panels, how many documents that we need to conserve, we need to digitalize and document. So we discovered that though they saw that they have 2,600 documents, actually it ended that they have already almost 7,000 documents. So we did some recording and some physical basic documentation for the panels to know which come from and from where they are stored, because it wasn't organized at some point. And then we start to prepare our work location inside the documentation center in order to to have a minimum intervention and not cause more damage by moving or transferring these panels, although it's because it was so fragile, to another place. But we built our working area inside the building. We didn't do restoration, a full restoration actually for the document, but we did a first aid intervention in order to conserve its current state and stop any further damage that may cause to this documentation. Especially, we were careful to not lose any single data to record it and to document it. So we did for all of them actually prepare a support for all the documents. So this support, we can handle it, so we can carry the documentation, and also it can give it more time to be conserved until a full conservation, a full restoration can be done to these documents. We remove all the post interventions that took place on these panels and cause more damage. And this is really took a lot of time from us because they used very strong materials that have a very strong glue, which has a strong attachment to the panels. And as you see here in the photos, but actually we survived to do this. We succeeded to do this at some point, alhamdulillah, and we could remove all of this. However, we face very large panels that were not well stored and caused a lot of damage to this. So we tried by wet this paper with specific materials and try to make it straight again in order to save it and document it. And then we start to trace all the pieces and connect it together, glue it together with materials that anyone in the future can remove it. So we are not considering ourselves as a final intervention, but actually we are just a middle intervention in order to save it. The problem that we face is that although these important panels carrying a lot of information, but actually it has it's about how to analyze the data and how to connect these papers and how to find the data and how to analyze it and how to record it and how to make it more understandable for other people and how to transfer this knowledge to, especially for researchers, because they need it a lot, because it's document the current condition in those monuments in the 18th, 19th and beginning of 20th century. We were very careful to use materials that it's not have a bad effect on this document. So we were testing everything that we are using. So we started to do documentation and we built our studio inside the center using not an advanced tools, but used and basic equipments. But this equipment is enough to document and do the digitalization and can record all the information and the data in this. And in this, we also try to go in some panels to go more details actually, and also record those people who sign it. That means that this person at that time is the one who does this documentation, is the one who takes the measure, because it's his right also to document it, and it's very helpful. Also, we found like over 10,000 photos that also document heritage in the beginning of 20th century until the middle of 20th century. So we scan it and we connect the data together between the photos and between the panels. All of this, we make an inventory using Excel, and then we did all of this information using a specific database we developed it especially for the this project, and we collect our teams doing all the editing and connecting all the data, and until we had this database, which the Ministry of Antiquities will make it online very soon, actually, to all the people who want to know more information and to reach these panels and this documentation. Also, because it's really, as I'm telling you, almost 7,000, so we replace all the storage units with new storage units using treated wood that not having smells or not having any materials that may affect the panels somehow, and we could all store it as that way. Also, we were prepared because the ministry were thinking about to move these panels out of the current building to another building due to some situation. So we use the drawers that we prepared for storage to be like a movement unit. So we trying to keep the hands away as much as we can out of the panel, so we not cause more damage, as you see in the photos here. So this project took from us like 8 months, and this is the team that have implemented this important project actually. And just because the time is so limited, I gave you just one example of our intervention in order to mitigate the risks that can affect these important documents. Thank you, and I hope I was so brief.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Salah Al-Sharif. You were indeed brief and concise, and also give us a great overview of the situation at the moment in Egypt. So that concludes our program for the first day of this Global Policy Forum. Thank you to all of our speakers here in person and to the many people who have been following through the course of the day online via our Zoom webinar. I'd also like to thank at this point our translators who have been working tirelessly to guide us through today. So thank you to them as well. Tomorrow is an important day. Please make sure that you do join us for the program tomorrow. If you don't have the program and like to access it, it is of course on the website. We will start bright and early tomorrow with a presentation of the strategic framework by Mr. Faxan-Banda. So that will be an important piece of moving this forward. Don't miss that. We'll start at 9:30 Central Time, European time, that is here. So thank you, and have a good evening to those here in the room and to all of you on the webinar as well.